In this week's episode, entitled Murder in the Time of Sandwiches, our group picks up where they left off, pursuing the mystery of the murdered captain aboard the vessel that they had liberated from some unseemly aggressors. The episode is certainly a slight departure from what we're used to, but was designed to fit into the theme of a spooky Halloween, just slightly late. They try their best, though, and do their best to solve a murder in the time of sandwiches. We hope you enjoy.
We're off to adventure to go roll the dice. Come seize your advantage and you'll roll them twice. Even if we lose our way, we'll make a journey someday. Something awaits you, so wake us away. Who knows what role you'll play? Who knows what role you'll play?
Wait, no, it's doing
A traditional start.
No,
Take two.
It's going now. It's
Are we
Okay.
sure? Hold on. Do we need to count down again?
Take two. Go.
We can cut this part out of the beginning. Nobody's
No.
gonna know.
It's
You're
all
not
staying
gonna.
in. It's all
Yep.
staying in.
Raw footage. All right. So, welcome back after, stuff. We are currently missing Twinki, who may or may not be with us at any point, and Noel, who we hope will join us soon. To recap from forever long ago, y'all had a pirate battle, like a proper pirate battle, and got to shoot stuff, sort of. Did you ever actually get the cannon to fire, Xylund? Or
No,
Nope.
no,
Nope.
I did not. Then I got Kern to whoosh me across the ocean over to the other ship, who might be
Yes.
pirates and might not be pirates.
Yes.
And Lily got to be
Pretty sure they're
extremely cool
pirates.
with her chain lightning.
Yes, we got some lightning. Kern got to pirate it up. There was some flying Pegasus and very cool.
Michael
rope
finally got
moves.
to use.
Yeah,
Michael
some
finally got to use the arena that his combat system was
Yes.
designed for.
Got to use some Mariner stuff.
Yep. I'm starting to become more and more of a Belmont.
Which is fantastic.
So yeah, proper pirate battle, although on a fairly small scale. And then you boarded the Nessus, which was the major ship being fired upon. And met, I don't think he's actually introduced himself other than Captain's right hand. So that's how we will refer to him for now. But Captain's right hand, of course, was very interested in you and who you were and what you were doing and why you were fighting, actually their enemy, and wanted to take you to see the captain. And when that door was approached, the captain didn't answer. After several attempts, the door was eventually kicked in, only to discover a dead captain. And that was where we left off, in the slightly destroyed captain's quarters with a pretty well destroyed captain on the floor. We can pick up from there. I believe everybody was on the ship at this point, so we have you all in the same location. Pardon. And yeah, I will go ahead and let you guys pick up from dead captain.
By the way, Twinkie said he's on his way.
Yeah, I saw that. He didn't want to get out of bed. You know what, buddy? None of us want to get out of bed, but we did it. I'm just saying.
mean,
All right.
he also has to put in his eyeballs, apparently.
He has to put his eyeballs. He's got to go to the bathroom. He's got to fight for the bathroom. It'll
Honestly, like, not gonna lie, I find it almost impossible to sleep past 8:30 anymore. This makes me very sad, especially when I stay up till like 1 in the morning.
I don't mind sleeping in.
Alright.
But
So
all right. So
this captain is dead on the floor.
happened
And-
dead on the floor.
We were supposed to be introduced to them.
Yes, the right hand wanted to at least bring you to the captain. You guys gave some very basic introductions as to who you were and who you represented. But of course, the right hand wanted to immediately take you to the man in charge with slightly disastrous results.
So I don't mean to be rude, but I assume that is no longer your captain.
Of course, the right hand man, who as a refresher, is an older gentleman, pretty stocky. You know, obviously built for ship work. He's led a physical life, big dude, and with a definite air of authority. He has been in his position long enough to exude that sort of brusqueness in his actions and speech. So he immediately pushes past the crew into the room itself and goes to approach, touch, and otherwise investigate, quote unquote, his captain's death. And as he goes behind the desk, because you can see the boots of the captain poking out from behind the desk, they are on the floor and toes pointed down. He bends down, kneels down next to the body, and lifts it up with his arms around the captain's shoulders. And that is where the captain ends. His head is apparently missing.
Yes, just contaminate the crime scene, why don't you? I'm sure that'll make solving it a lot easier.
Does he normally have a head?
Are you weekend at Bernie's-ing the captain around?
The right hand is clearly in a world of his own. He is no insight check required unless you'd like to make one, but by all outward appearances, he is absolutely grief-stricken. He is not crying, but were he a weaker man, it would probably be the case.
A lone, single, manly tear.
Yeah, probably hidden from view. You know, yeah, he's visibly shaken and absolutely just not engaging with you at all.
I snap my fingers in front of his face.
Hey,
Excuse me.
that's rude. I'll pat him on the shoulder. There.
Look, I'm just saying, if we want to find out what happened, then maybe moving things around isn't the best recourse.
Alright. We need to shut this place down. As agents of her grace, nobody leaves this boat until we find the killer.
I cannot imagine it's unrelated to the attack that just happened. So maybe we did any of those people that we fought, were any of them left alive?
No, not a one. Now again, you only encountered, because there were two boats, if you recall. There was one on your side of things, and they were all obliterated. You you killed them all. You took their stuff and sank their boat, salvaging what you could.
Oh, yeah, we got like a metric fuck ton of treasure.
You did. Yeah, you got a chest with a whole bunch of money and other items in it, including correspondence.
Which we need to divvy up for spending
And
purposes.
you also got a lot of wood and other repair items before sort of leaving the boat to its to its demise.
Could I
Go ahead.
could I investigate the room? Just
Yeah.
to see if there's any signs of, I mean, other than the dead captain, obviously, signs of like intrusion, signs of who maybe have been there, like, you know, basically looking for any kind of clues as to what kind of person we're dealing with here.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll if you like. The general description is like the room has clearly seen better days. The windows are blown out because there was that second boat on the rear of the ship that was firing that you guys didn't actually engage with, and that the Nessus itself took out. And as far as you know, none of those individuals were taken prisoner. Not that you've really had a chance to discuss that, but no one struck you as a prisoner when you boarded, and the captain's right hand has not given any indication that they took prisoners at this point. But the captain's quarters has clearly been blasted from the outside. Most of the windows have been blown out. A good portion of the room is either actively smoldering or was burnt at some point. Most of the sea charts are absolutely useless between the water and the flames. He seemed to be a fairly meticulous man. There are quite a few books, most of which have been destroyed, again, between the fire and the water. From the vantage point of the windows, you can see where the other small ship is slowly sinking, as well as the sort of detritus floating around it.
So does this look like basically incidental damage? Like the captain was in the wrong place at the wrong time, basically?
The captain's body himself, he's actually not that badly damaged. From what you can see, again, the right-hand man sort of has him cradled. So it's not a thorough search, but just a sort of standing over his shoulder or standing nearby. There's no blood splatter anywhere that you can tell. Now there is about an inch of water on the floor that has yet to leave. So everything's kind of soggy and kind of covered up, but there's no obvious blood splatter on the walls or anything like that. There's no armaments inside the room, as if a cannonball or chain shot or anything entered and got lodged. There's nothing that you can tell there. Most of the damage seems to be incidental. The captain's clothes are fine and slightly singed, but not otherwise damaged.
The neck stump, is that ragged or a clean cut?
You can't. You would have to get past the captain's right hand in order to see. He's got him pretty well cradled.
I'll investigate the room for now.
Okay.
What about the head? Is the head kicking around?
You can do an investigation check.
Okay.
I would like to help.
Okay.
Take
Ooh.
advantage.
I will help Michael.
Okay, that works.
That's not usually how that works, but I'll let it go.
I realize that I am not good at this, and I'll start looking over Davynn's shoulder. I keep trying to look over my shoulder.
You guys just trade places at a certain point.
Are they just like doing circles around each other, trying to get to the other side?
Yeah, basically. And then finally, you guys just end up swapping entirely and letting Davynn look around. Looking around the room, you don't see his head. Yeah, it does not appear to be anywhere nearby.
Hang on, I might have a thing for this. Familiar to me.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'll go over to the right hand or whatever and tap him on the shoulder, and I'll say, "Hey, I need you to describe the captain's head for me."
The man just looks up at you in abject horror.
Teddy,
Trust
we're trying to solve a
professionals.
crime here.
I understand that this is a very traumatic situation, but something's happened to your captain, and we'd like to help you find out what. So you're gonna have to work with us here, okay?
Listen, Skipper, you're going to need to be a symbol of strength for your crew. You're going to need to take control of the situation. Otherwise, things are just going to get a whole lot worse.
Unless you
Easy to
actually want
absorb.
to weaken and Bernie's your captain around.
I think they'd need a head for that.
What is a weekend and who is this bird?
Exactly. Who is this birdie fellow?
It's,
Did you not know? Have you not read Jack Dangerous and the weekend he spent at Bernie's house?
So the captain, or the right hand, actually, the captain's dead. The right hand seems to take your words to heart, collectively, and pulls himself together slightly. You're gripping the dead body fairly tightly, but after a moment or two consideration, he leaves it be, sets it down where it makes a slight splash sound in the accumulated water. Stands up, seems to be mentally getting a grip, and says, "Oh, I know who did this. I know.
You do.
I know who did this, and the bitch is dead. You stay, investigate. The Crown will want to report, I'm sure. But..." And then he seems to take a breath. "I know what it's got to be done."
Hold on.
I find it's rarely the first person you think of.
We're
Yeah,
not
I'm a-
going to discount your theory, but how many people dislike the captain? Let's be real here.
I dislike all captains.
I do.
Twinkie,
Twinki appears in Iyith.
That's true.
The man
also,
seems to be actually, like, legitimately offended by the question. Nobody hated the captain. He's a
except
good
for the
man.
one
He treated his men well. He paid them their fair share. Steady work, generally safe work.
except for the one person you have in mind.
Well, she ain't exactly people.
Who is she?
She's cargo. I could take you to her if you want.
Are you talking about a slave or something?
No, slaves are useful.
All right. Well, yeah. Take us to her, I guess.
Well, say take some of us down there, talk to her. Otherwise, we're going to need to talk to your whole crew, see where they were, what happened before all this happened. I assume that, when was the last time you saw him?
Before the attack, which would have been this morning. Captain was a particular man, had his routines, like a lot of captains do. He started his day with breakfast. I brought it to him, collected it an hour later. He asked for some of his ledgers, ones that we kept in the hold. I brought those to him. And then that was it until lunch. I ate, felt a little poorly, had the steward take over my duties, and then we got attacked.
So you hadn't seen him since the morning.
Just before lunch, yes.
So for all we know, he could have been dead when the attack started.
Possible.
Sounds like we gotta ask everybody when they last saw the captain.
Well, I'm very useless with people, so you all can go talk and also investigate this cargo. I'll investigate, well, the crime scene.
Sounds good. If we find the head, can't we make dead things talk?
Yeah, which is also a unsettling thing. I feel like whoever did this knew that the captain would be able to speak if his head was here. Right hand, I'm sorry, can I get a name for you? It's now that everything's kind of settled down.
Vale.
Vale?
Skipper Vale.
Vale. I assume that you you have a storm caller on board. I saw that there was movement unnatural movement in the water during the attack.
We do. Proper ship. Yeah, we do indeed.
No, we'll need to talk to them as well. Is Nolan?
Yeah, Will's here.
That's everybody.
I know.
Hi.
Hi.
Noel. Hi, we're all
Party
here.
here.
Oh my gosh! Except Twinki's not here yet, but you know,
God
Twinkies
damn
here.
it.
Not here yet.
not in the game.
Oh, not in the game, but he's in voice.
He's in voice.
For those who've just joined
My
us,
bad.
we are currently in the middle of trying to solve the murder mystery of the captain who died maybe in the middle of the attack last time.
Possibly before.
He's missing his head.
Yeah, he has no head.
So
Noel,
Oh, that's not great.
could you say something, Noel, so I can get your level right?
Hi, something. I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late.
That's okay. Okay, good. Thanks.
We've currently decided to split the party. Some of the party's going to go talk to the
Oh,
crew.
good.
Some of the party's going to go talk to whoever is considered, like this one chick who's considered cargo. Lily's going to stay and investigate the room in peace and quiet that doesn't involve interrogating people.
Uh-huh.
She can be trusted on her own. Probably.
All right,
Hmm.
Okay,
let's
so
let's bring out the mams again.
I was gonna say, who are
Weaponized ma'ams.
who are our party? Lily's gonna stay behind and do her CSI routine. Is everybody going down to cargo, or
I think after that I'm legally required to.
Hold on,
I think
maybe
I'm
we
gonna start
should
setting
let this
up,
guy make a
setting up
statement.
interviews with the rest of the crew. At least
okay?
get-
Hang on, two of you are talking at once. Sid, you were saying interviews?
Yeah, start setting up interviews, or at least get a process ready for it.
Okay, and Davynn?
I think maybe we should let Vale make an announcement to the crew so that we're not the first people that they hear the captain is dead from.
Okay.
You should also make sure that the crew stays separated so that if any are complicit, they can't collaborate and get stories straight.
Yeah. Good luck. It's a ship.
Xylund,
Also-
we may need your zone of truth.
Yeah, no, I'm going down to cargo. But first, are there any like portraits of the captain or anyone among the crew who's particularly good at drawing?
Mm. So there's no portraits that you can see.
I'm asking
Um,
Vale this.
Okay, Vale, yeah, yeah, it's a big snort. We don't hire men for their education, as it were.
All right. Well, Vale, would you be willing to make a statement to the ship? We will stick around to help you figure out what happened, and introducing us would go a long way to gaining some trust.
He kind of snorts a little bit. He snorts a lot. Willin, this is my ship now, lad. At least till we hit port. You're my guests. Just don't forget that.
That was fast. Sounds like you have a little bit of motive there, buddy.
You want to see port again? Or would you rather have 40 angry soldiers or sailors at your throat?
We have our own ship. We could, not.
True.
No, but we have to fill out a report. So
We gotta finish the paperwork.
Yeah, paperwork. So he'll slump outside, putting on airs a bit. There are some men milling around the deck, having heard the commotion, obviously, with the door being kicked in, and you guys coming on board. It's drawn quite a bit of attention. So there are a few sailors that are curious and sort of poking around, mostly human. It's actually one or two tabaxi, which are fairly rare in Greylock. So those would definitely draw attention. But majority human. Vale points to one, a younger boy. He's probably not more than 17. Blonde hair, on the slight side. Dressed in decent clothing. He looks singed. He looks singed and he looks damp. And yeah, he's got He's basically from the waist down, just drenched. He has not changed any of his clothes or even his boots. They're all just soaking wet. So Bavale points to him. Elgin, give me my keys, which the boy obliges. And find Norwell. Tell him to get the lads into the mess hall. I gotta ask some questions.
Norwell. Who is
Norwell. So everybody sort of scurries. Elgin is herding chickens to the best of his ability, but he doesn't quite have the stature or the presence of mind to be terribly effective at this. But you see him go above to where the ship's wheel is and hear him talking to somebody else. The words captain and Vale come out, but not much else. And then within a few moments, a very tall, very slender, gray-skinned elf comes down from up above, Elgin in tow. And he begins to sort of cat herd the stragglers that were not listening to Elgin to begin with and take them down into the mess hall. The ship is the Nessus.
Thank you. I am making a murder mystery novel title.
The Nessus. The soldiers are being scooped up and herded down below decks into what you hope is the mess hall, as the elf and Elgin continue to try and calm the chaos a little bit. Vale waits for everyone except for Lily to leave the captain's quarters and then makes a half-hearted effort to close the door, although it's been pretty thoroughly kicked in, so it's just sort of hanging by a hinge. But at least the body is hidden from view from the casual observer. And he sort of glances at you all to make sure you're all paying attention and heads down below deck as well, keys jingling in his hand. So, who is everybody going to the hold again, or are we breaking off to interrogate?
I'm going
gonna
down
go
to
to
the
the mess hall with everybody else, but
Same. I think Lily said next. You said that you wanted to stay and keep on investigating the crime scene.
Yeah, like you guys already left me in the captain's room.
Yeah. Lily's in the captain's quarters, and Alana said she wanted to go to the hold. Xylund said he wanted to go to the hold.
well, right?
But I didn't know if anybody else wanted to go directly to the mess hall or if everybody was headed down to the cargo hold.
I think half and half.
Half and half? Okay. So when
Hildreth will follow Xylund whichever way he goes. He's turned out to be pretty effective in murder mysteries and interrogations, and Hildreth wishes to not break up the team.
I see. They do very well together, it is true.
I'm not sure about that, but I appreciate the company.
Well, other than the one time you stuffed the body into the stump of a tree.
Right, I'm not sure you could count that as a
That
success.
I think it was a success. It didn't cause anything bad to happen.
But in general, you guys do a good job.
Do it!
All right. At the bottom of the stairs, Vale points down to the right and nods to Kern and Davynn. Mess hall's that way, if you want to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, might as well.
You can kind of see the stream of sailors headed in that direction. Vale probably exaggerated the number of crew that they have because there's maybe 20 guys.
Yeah.
Maybe. Plus Elgin and the elf, who are sort of just trying to keep calm, keep everyone from... Yeah, you don't know his name specifically. You just know he's an elf.
Is that
The only
Norwell?
elf you see. But yeah, it's... He's helping Elgin anyway, so he's got some sort of position of authority here. So he's keeping the mess hall fairly well under control. The men are obviously on edge and muttering amongst themselves. There's an awful lot of confusion. Down there, which Vale seems torn. Yeah, obviously he wants to go to the mess hall, but he also wants to lead you guys down to the cargo hold. So while Davynn and Kern head down to the mess hall, Vale will lead the rest of you into the cargo hold, which is in the opposite direction. And it's actually partitioned from the rest of the ship. So the mess hall is slightly damaged, and you can see the cracks in the wood from the cannon fire. It's gonna need repair, and you can even hear the faint sounds of hammering coming from inside the mess hall. But the cargo hold, because it's solidly separated by a wall with a locked door that Vale unlocks for you, everything beyond that wall is actually behind 1.5 feet of water. The moment he opens that door, it comes rushing into the hallway. It has clearly been underwater for a while. You can hear even the remaining holes where water is being taken on deeper into the hold. All you can really see from the few torches that are in here and that still remain lit, you see a series of doors ending in and the ultimate door at the very end, which is locked several times over by heavy iron bracing. The doors on either side are also solid, but they're not as heavily fortified. And you can even hear the slight, very twisted, echoed by the water remaining thud. It's slow and it's rhythmic, and it's similar to a heartbeat, like a very ponderous heartbeat from something very large, very old, that echoes through the damp corridor.
Oh, what's that?
Vale looks at you. He says, I haven't the foggiest. I think you can handle it from here. He takes a key off of his ring and presses it into your hand, Xylund.
Okay.
She's first door down on the left.
So what exactly are we dealing with here, just so I'm prepared?
As far as I'm concerned, the devil himself.
Would it be best if we killed it?
In my opinion, yes.
Well, let's have a chat first.
It's wise to have a chat with things that want to eat our faces. It does want to eat our face, correct?
More than likely.
Hmm.
So he sort of leaves you to it, shutting the door to prevent any more water from getting out. Although the damage has kind of been done. And we will leave you in the corridor with that heavy heartbeat hanging in the air. And cut over to Lily.
Hey! Suspense! Tension! Cliffhangers! Yeah. So, I guess the first two priorities are going to be investigating the body and investigating the room. Doing my best to not disturb anything in the room as much as possible, even though we already had like 50 people tramping in here. I would like to investigate the body. I want to first take a look at the stump now that I have access.
Okay.
Again, is it a ragged cut or like a clean cut? Like, was it with a blade? Was it with like?
It is not jagged in any way. It is entirely smooth. And if you want to roll a medicine check, I could give you more information.
Well, I'm not great at that, but I'll do it.
No, you are not. So it is a smooth, clean cut. There's not the bleeding on the skin that you would expect. I mean, obviously, having seen your fair share of battles up close, yeah, there's no blood
Is there any
Uh,
charring?
Doesn't seem to be, no.
Hmm.
There really aren't any marks on the skin that you can tell around
And
the
even
neck.
if it was like a smooth decapitation, there'd probably be bleeding or something.
You did not get a long rest after you left. No, you guys spent the night and then you were on the ship. Answer your questions, Matt.
Don't have anything like detect magic, so I can't tell if it was a spell necessarily. Anything? Okay, so I'd also like to investigate the body, see if there's been like any other damage. Like I know you said that there was no blood spatter, but considering we have a bloodless head or bloodless decapitation, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. You know, you already said the neck didn't have any obvious wounds, but is there anything else on the body?
No obvious wounds on the body, again, that you can tell. No blood spatter. The only singeing appears to be on the clothes. And of course, the whole thing is waterlogged as hell. But an odd thing is both of his hands, his fingertips, the actual 4 main fingers, are cut off at the mid-knuckle.
All right, let me type this down real quick. On both hands?
Both.
And I'm guessing it's the same kind of cut, same kind of bloodlessness that we got from the decapitation?
No damage to the skin. You can actually see the bone of the knuckle, so it's not a deformity that you can, as far as you can ascertain. It's another clean cut, clean bloodless cut.
And then last question about that. The bone, is it protruding at all from the gap, or is it recessed, or is it just like smooth
It's
in line with the cut?
in line with the cut. Same thing
Okay.
with the neck. Everything is a clear plane.
Based on my knowledge of magic, is it possible that this was like some kind of dislocation type spell, like or I mean, is it possible that those kinds of those were either magically severed or like kind of a botched teleportation, almost like a Harry Potter splinching, but intentional?
Well, again, teleportation magic isn't something that is very commonly used, so you don't have a whole lot of background in it, and from a practical perspective. So that would be I'm not going to Discord. So that would be a bit of a stretch. I mean, you can roll an intelligence check to see, but it isn't something you have a whole lot of practical experience with.
Not Arcana?
Not Arcana.
Damn. Ouch! What is with... Okay.
I don't know. Lily's having a rough day.
She's still buzzing from the electricity.
Maybe, yeah. She hasn't come down yet.
Okay. I'll leave the...
So, wide open theory.
Yeah. Then I guess I'll leave the body for now and just investigate the room looking for signs of anybody being there besides the people who already were. I already know that it's muddled because of how many people were there, but anything that doesn't look like it that didn't look like it came from the people already in the room.
Okay. Feel free to roll an investigation.
Finally! Jeez!
All right, there we go. There we go. Lily's doing her thing. Going over the room, much of what Vale said seems, readily apparent. The captain was clearly a meticulous man, and a bit of a record keeper. The volumes that are there are badly damaged, fire and water, but some of them are still legible. What you're able to glean from the books is that he was essentially a cargo for hire ship, that he picked up people and things and ferried them from place to place in the Serre Sea. Some of them are less than reputable, which he does make small notes of, but that tends to be a very small percentage of what he actually ferries. Most of it is absolutely on the up and up. He seems to be in the employ of several nobles, judging from the amounts that he's being paid and the names that are written in this book. There's a lot of titles in there, a lot of very fancy titles, none of which jump out at you immediately, but clearly folks of import that are able to pay. He seemed to be looking at his latest acquisition based on the book that is floating closest to him. Again, heavily damaged. Besides that, you see the remnants of a tray of food that had been knocked over and sort of diluted by the water. But it doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, just sort of standard dinner tray. And as far as you can tell, the door was locked from the inside, judging by the way the wood splintered when Vale kicked it open.
Okay.
As you dig around a little further, pushing past some of the water and you know, sort of the pulped sea charts, you make two interesting discoveries buried in the muck. One, the handful of green glass. The other is what seems to be half of an inkwell, cut in half lengthwise.
The inkwell. If it's half, does it look like it was broken, or does it look like it was cut in the same way that...
Clean cut.
Alright, I'm definitely guessing magic here. Okay, and then looking at the green glass, anything obviously magical about it?
Not obvious. There's no engravings. The pieces aren't very big. None of them are really any larger than a poker chip. They're fairly jagged.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they just look like green glass.
Any residue on them? Like
Not that
maybe
you can
from like a
tell.
potion bottle?
It's hard to tell. They've been in the water for so long. There doesn't seem to be.
Okay, I'll take a single shard of the green glass, and kind of put it in I guess a vial from my alchemy kit, just an empty vial if I have one and if it'll fit. Okay, and I'm not picking up anything else from the room?
Not really. Again, you don't have detect magic on or anything like that, so you're just going off of what you can see poking around.
Well, yeah, honestly, I didn't pick up detect magic because so many people had it and it felt like a waste.
No.
But I
It's okay.
regret that every single time we come across anything magical and I'm by myself.
It's all right. All right. So we will leave Lily to poke around, think about her next move, and Sherlock Holmes it up a little bit. We'll rotate back to Davynn and Kern hitting the mess hall, being stared down by about 24 very nervous-looking sailors.
So I think we're waiting on Vale to make a statement.
Okay.
We don't want to be the ones who break the news.
All right.
Being strangers and all.
We'll let him sweat a bit.
No, thankfully, Vale is there in fairly short order, having left Xylund, Lana, and Hildreth in the hold. So he comes into the mess hall and He does approach, or does, sort of address the men, very halting at first, but then sort of his natural bravado takes over, and he announces that the captain's met his end. That, and he nods over to you guys. We were lucky enough to come across Crown, and they're going to help us sort it. And of course, there's a general commotion as he cuts through the din. He reminds them all that they're all going to get their goddamn fair share. And we're going to be deported as soon as possible. Everyone just sit in this room and do what they're told.
So
Sort of nods.
when he breaks the news that the captain is dead, I'd like to basically be watching the crowd and see if any of them seem to have an unnatural reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll an
Me
insight check.
Me
Yeah,
too,
either
so-
one.
And I would like to use my skill that I haven't used since like our first session to be able to read people's lips even if I can't.
Hey!
Hey!
Okay.
All right, I'll assist
Ah.
Kern.
Okay.
Maybe I
Ooh.
should stop assisting people.
You seem to be doing very well today,
Yeah.
Davynn.
No, I'm assisting you.
Okay. All right. Kern, roll a perception check for me, please. Thank you.
Ooh, that's bad.
It's not bad, especially not as an assist. It's not bad.
Oh.
So between the two of you, the overall feeling of the room is general legitimate shock. Again, these are not men that are especially emotional. So there's no, no beating of the breast or, wailing and gnashing of teeth, that sort of thing. But they are clearly taken aback and equally surprised that the captain is dead and that you guys are here so quickly. That seems to be a mystery to them in equal measure. But no one seems to be acting particularly suspiciously, including Elgin and the elf that's with him. They're sort of seated by themselves off to one side. Elgin just looks basically the way he's looked since you met him, which is stock scared. And the elf raises an eyebrow, which seems to be the sum total of his commentary on the situation. Other than that, there's no great revelation in the faces of the crew.
Nobody's like a little bit nervous or anything. Just
No. Well, there's, you can, again, with your lip reading, any sort of discomfort seems to mostly be due to, well, what do we do now sort of thing. It's less a conspirator's guilt and more a, are we going to get paid? When do we get to go home? What happens now? That sort of thing.
right. Okay.
Remind me, when did Vale say that he last saw the captain?
Just before lunch.
Now, we know that this took place sometime between lunch and the end of the attack, and we are unsure about the details. So, if anybody has seen the captain in between that time frame, please come forward and explain when.
We will set up an office in the next room.
Oh, also, in the meantime, I'm Inspector Davynn from Whitfeld, and this is Inspector Kern.
Inspector Kern.
Inspector Davynn. It's the best.
Kind
Alright.
of. I'm like, do you want to be bad cop or do you want to be good cop?
I will take either.
Okay. So we'll both be both. I
Oh
like-
God. Okay. You guys do so well at this. So Vale actually offers you sort of a side table in the mess, as sort of your office, quote unquote, and says, we can keep them all here. They're not going to run. Where are they going to go? Can't keep them forever. Oh,
Yeah.
so whatever
Well,
you got to do quick.
I assume, and I like look down at his pants. I'm assuming that you guys are taking on water and some repairs need to be done. So
Yeah.
we'll get
But-
the carpenters done first so that they can get back to work. If that's okay with you.
We'd appreciate that, so we don't all meet our end. Saw the beastie that took down that boat. Don't really want to meet it again. About a good solid few feet of wood between us, you know.
Yeah.
He kind of whistles and snaps and points to 3 guys who like have hammers in hand. They've clearly been the ones that have been working in the mess hall, and calls them forward in order to be interrogated first.
So yeah, I think we'll basically just be asking them when was the last time you saw the captain, and if they don't have anything else to add, then
Yep, and
we'll let
that's
them on their way.
basically that's kind of that's how you guys are spending the next little bit. Men are brought up in waves or one at a time at your discretion. Your overall sense of the men is, again, most of them seem split between being upset about their captain and worried that they're not going to get paid. Some of them have worked for the captain for a long time. The vast majority of the men have worked for the captain for a long time. And they seem to respect the man. Much as Vale said before, they get paid on time. The voyages tend to be fairly short and fairly safe, unlike some other captains who sort of work a crew to the ground and then swap out at the next port. This captain pays attention and keeps on the good ones and cuts the slackers. He can be hard on new people. That's probably the harshest thing you hear about him, but not as bad as some ships.
While we're going through these gigantic list of NPCs that may not be people of interest, can I just do a general insight roll to see if any of them
Absolutely.
caught my radar?
Look at that. Kern is wise AF. Yeah, none of them. Yeah, no assist needed. Davynn's having a sandwich. Yeah, honestly, the crew in and of themselves don't seem to. There's nothing really here that tips you off about the crew in general. They're anxious to get home. They're anxious to get paid. Some of them are legitimately upset that the captain is gone. Some are asking you for details because all Vale said was that he was dead. So there are some that are really invested in finding out what happened, but most of them seem to assume that he died in the attack.
Cannot comment
we
on
don't
any
offer
ongoing
any information.
investigation.
The last thing that we want is
Yeah,
rumors flying around.
So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. These guys, if one of them is the culprit, they're really good at lying. So
What about the officers aside from the right hand?
Well, there really aren't any. There's Elgin, and the elf that sits next to him, who does eventually introduce himself as Norwell.
I figured.
So he is the Stormcaller. He is the Wind Witch on this particular boat.
So I guess those two are the ones that we really need to get information out of.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll let you go through and do your interrogations, and before we get to those guys, we'll swap back to Xylund and crew since they've been waiting patiently. Because you guys always have to split up into 3 sections, and we will get them back into the story. So, all right, Xylund, Lana, and Hildreth, you are stuck in a damp, squishy hold, listening to the rhythmic thump of wood echoing down the hall.
Before we
My
come,
line of work normally doesn't have me talking to my prey. I'll let you take the lead.
Well, how about we let Lana take the lead so that we don't immediately
Kill it.
I was gonna say put our foot in our mouths collectively. But yeah, I think you should take the lead.
All right.
I won't disagree.
So I'll unlock the door.
Okay. So as you approach the door to unlock it, you find the find the source of the rhythmic thump, and it seems to be the door itself. The lower half of it is shuddering with every thump, as if something on the other side is trying to push its way through in the slowest way possible.
How do we know the door isn't the monster?
I guess anything could be a monster.
You push on.
Yeah.
All right. Everything's a mimic. So you unlock the single lock on the door. It swings out into the water, still stagnated on the corridor floor. And what you're greeted with is a cell, effectively. A bedpan floating off into one corner, water rushing out underneath your feet. There's a very soggy mattress off to one side that has been knocked off of its metal frame, and hanging from chains in the center of the room, pulling up and ready to kick at the door once again, is a woman with auburn hair, dressed in pretty simple clothing, and wearing a very large black mask across the bottom of her face.
Hello.
God,
I just have one really important question. Was that bedpan full before the water rushed in?
That's a very important question.
Oh my god.
oh my god.
She lowers her legs. Not low enough that they're dangling in the water, but enough that she's not in kick position. It sort of dangles from her shackles in the middle of the room. And all you can see is one arched eyebrow.
So was it?
Silent.
And she shakes her head no.
Okay. I gesture for Lana to take the lead.
Look back at the other two. Okay. How are we supposed to talk when she's got a mask on and is shackled?
Well, she can talk, can't she? Can you talk?
She just tilts her head.
So what kind of mask is this exactly?
Do you want to get closer?
Yes.
I guess.
Not me. Hildreth is taking a cautious standing in the back stance.
The spectrum of man right here.
I will sort of. I don't want to draw my sword. I'll take out my mace though.
Silent, no! Put that back.
I'm just being careful.
Silent!
I'm not going to bash you. This is just in case you try to bash me. I clarify as I approach.
The mask seems to be fairly rigid, but covered in cloth. Very soft, like overworked leather or maybe velvet. It's hard to tell without touching it. But it goes over her nose so that all you can really see are her eyes from her eyes on up. And it seems to wrap around her entire head, even going under her chin to the top of her neck in the back.
So it looks like it prevents her from speaking.
I imagine it would be difficult for her to speak.
Okay, hang on. Before we
Wait, I have something for this.
I'm going to cast this on myself before we begin.
Only on yourself? Rude.
Well, I only have. Well, I guess I could cast it on all of us. Would anyone else?
I've
like
got
to
it.
check
I
if
cast it on
anyone-
myself.
Nah, I don't really care. I'm good.
Oh, I don't
Alright.
actually have something for this. That's fresh. I almost always do.
What would you like to be protected from evil and good?
Oh no, I've got that. I don't have any telepathy, which is
Okay.
surprising to me. I usually bother to carry that.
I do.
Well, you're not
busy.
here. You're up there without detect magic, which everyone down here has.
Because
we
splitting
already
up
made
is
it
the
in our
best
party.
Oh, that
plan.
brings up a good point, actually. Yoink.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Let's do that.
Oh, I have divine sense. I'll do divine sense.
Oh my god, they're doing the full battery.
just
of
scanning.
protection.
It's not every day you run into a woman
Oh, wow.
down just suspiciously chained to the
wait.
ceiling.
I've only got one use of this, but this is.
I mean,
probably
the
most
guy who
efficient
let us in
person.
told us that the
We're
slay
gonna-
should
yeah,
probably
I'll use
just be executed, so I think that this is all very justified.
Okay.
Full battery of detection suite.
Yes. Everybody's doing their scans. Okay. Detect magic gives you let's see, what's it, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't help you. So yeah, everybody vroms. You guys glow, but she does not. And divine sense, yeah. Divine sense is an interesting one. It pings on her, but you don't have a clear indication of why.
That's fine.
Can I at
Everything's
least tell
fine.
where on the spectrum she is, like evil and or good or what?
Well, that doesn't mean location. It just tells you what type.
So I have no idea what type.
It's a very weird reading for her.
Well, she's something.
Yeah.
Maybe she ingested something.
So, how close will she let us get before I get kicked in the face?
She's dropped her legs since you guys entered. Obviously her arms are immobile. She doesn't have any weapons that you can see. Yeah, she hasn't made any movements other than, tilting her head or arching an eyebrow.
Are you going to kick us in the face if we try to cut your mask off? Because that would be counterproductive, it seems like to me.
She shakes her head no.
So, I'm going to reach out and sort of bop the cloth at the back of her neck, not to take it off yet. I'm going to do this first.
Okay. Identifying her mask?
Yeah, look, I've got 6 first level spell slots at this point.
Use them. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I might as well use them.
The mask isn't magical. It's
Alright.
held together with a series of small hook and loops. So
Perfect. I just
yeah,
wanted to
it's-
make sure that wasn't like a, anti-bringing Satan
no,
into
no,
the
it's
material realm device.
Not enchanted in any way. It's not held in any particular. There's no traps or anything on it. It seems to be just a simple a prisoner mask.
Yeah, let's take this thing off. What's a survival instinct?
All right.
It'll be fine. I'm protected
So you
anyway.
can undo the little hooks to remove her mask.
Ooh,
She
ooh, I
immediately
know how Hildreth is going
cracks her jaw. What? Go ahead.
to be helpful here.
Oh my lord.
What's that?
Detect
Tech
thoughts.
thoughts.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Do they get a roll? I want to read all that.
They get a roll if you try to go past surface thoughts.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All
All right.
right. So detect
Surface thoughts
thoughts.
is kind of where I am right now, so that's I'll tell you if I want to dig deeper.
So detect thoughts on your newfound friend. Immediate thoughts are, thank the gods, that fucking hurt. Second thought is, who are these numpties?
And with the thank the god that fucking hurt, that came immediately after the mask was popped off, right?
Yep.
Cool. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
In that case,
Yeah.
Lana, pass the mask to me. I'd like to examine it.
I will do so.
Okay.
Cool.
The first thing you
You'll also
notice
just check out the mask
immediately-
while they do their thing.
Okay. The most prominent part of the mask, now that you have it off and you can see it more closely, is that the inside where it would have met her mouth actually has like a mouth guard built into it. So it wasn't just covering her face; it was actually holding her mouth immobile, similar to a muzzle.
Good to know.
So yeah, she cracks her jaw and relaxes a little bit, letting her toes touch the water.
So
Much
is she hanging
obliged.
from the ceiling? Like she's
Yes.
chained from the ceiling?
Yep, she hangs by manacles.
Doesn't that hurt?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, let's.
Well, we don't know anything about her. All we know is that she's some kind of otherworldly being.
Yeah.
That's sweet. We just met. Would you mind getting me down?
Well, why are you chained up there?
Quillian was upset that I ate half of his lunch.
Who?
That must have
Vale.
been good lunch.
It's really good. It smelled amazing, which not much here does. And then he got upset about it. Next thing I knew, I'm being strung up.
Seems like an overreaction.
He's a very passionate man. So, shackles?
I look to Lana.
We'll make her a little more comfortable without cutting her down just yet. Because I get like 7 spells for free every 24 hours, so why not?
Okay. How are we using levitate in this?
Just to get the pressure off hanging from your wrists.
All right. Well, that's a start, I guess. You certainly aren't part of the crew.
No.
Huh. Oh, I would offer you a seat, but as you can see, my arrangement is less than desirable for entertaining. Are
Well-
you boarders? Are you the one shooting at us?
No, we saved you.
Oh, I feel very saved. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Xylund Stithewing. This is Lana. This is Hildreth. We're here to, I guess, interrogate you. Your captain's dead. His head got cut off. Did you do it?
No? Captain's dead?
Yeah.
That's a pity.
Did you get along with the captain?
He was a lovely man.
Hung you by your wrists from the ceiling?
Well, it's just a little game we played. I understood.
Am I detecting any sarcasm? Like, am I getting any surface thought
Yes.
eye rolls there?
Yes, that's what I was actually exactly what I was going to say. Was her the entirety of her surface thoughts are basically one big eye roll. Yes.
Brilliant.
Why would Vale think that you could have possibly chopped the captain's head off while chained down here?
Well, I wasn't until the gun started, so maybe he thinks that I took the lock on my door and escaped. Mostly because I have done that before, 3 or 4 times, actually. So you can't fault him for thinking that.
So this is a regular thing, you getting chained down here?
Oh, yes. It's been the highlight of my voyage.
Is this a sex thing?
Yeah, I was.
If only. At least I wouldn't be so bored.
Why are you on the ship in the first place?
They're giving me a ride home.
And home is where?
Well, I'd say home is where you hang your hat, but they've taken my hat.
What sort of hat is it?
It's a lovely hat. It's amazing. It's a velvet thing with 3/4, and it's got a peacock feather in it. It's my favorite hat.
Sounds great.
We've seen that hat around here.
No, but they've taken all my other possessions, so I assume they're all together wherever they are. Probably under 1.5 feet of water by the looks of things. And she kind of kicks at the floor.
So, where's home?
She just smiles.
Hmm.
Okay. And where were you coming from?
A grand adventure. Cut short.
Vague.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Did she actually answer the question?
No,
She just
no,
said
of course
that-
she didn't.
No, she said a grand adventure.
Uh,
Cut short.
So this mask deal that you had on, it seems to suggest that they didn't want you either biting or talking. What's the reason for that? Do you bite
Well,
and or talk?
She did
Well, I
mention
mean,
it was to not eat a sandwich, and there are things in the mask to keep her mouth from opening, so that matches her story.
You'd think the manacles would also prevent one from eating a sandwich in another room.
Which is cruelty. You see that, right? Keeping me from having a sandwich.
I'm having a hard time disagreeing with this logic.
See, this man knows.
So this lunch that you ate half of, it was a sandwich?
Mm-hmm. Had a good one.
All right, now I'm going to investigate deeper to see if it was really a good sandwich.
Okay. I will roll. What am I rolling against?
It's a wisdom save against a DC
Which
of
Mysterious Fae are always really bad at.
16.
16. Let's see. How you doing? Oh, that's a terrible roll. Yes, actually, it was an amazing sandwich. Which, true to what she said before, probing into deeper thoughts, she did consider odd. Because most of the food, as well as most of the ship itself, smells really terrible to her. And you get a sense of that probing deep into her mind, just how she perceives the ship. Just basically like being in the middle of a giant outhouse. Everything here stinks to her.
Now I want some sandwich.
It was an amazing sandwich.
I agree. That sandwich was amazing.
I'm going to get a little bit closer and try to see if I can see her teeth.
Okay. You're going to stick your face near her mouth?
I'm going to...
I think this is a great idea and you should do it.
well, I've got my helm on, so I'm going to just use the dark vision to hopefully see her.
Okay. Roll perception.
Oh,
Yeah. It looks normal. You can't really see
Zion,
inside
what
of
are
her
you
mouth.
doing?
looking at her teeth. Could you open wider? I couldn't see your teeth. Do you have fangs?
She opens wide.
I go closer.
Okay. She doesn't
You
appear to
deserve
have
this if you get
fangs.
bitten.
She does do a little mock growl and snap her teeth at you, but they seem to be normal.
So how long do they usually keep you down here?
It's hard to tell time. Can't see the sun.
All right, so we have to confer. I motion for the others to step back a little bit. So, do you
What the
believe this
fuck?
thing about a sandwich, like an argument over a sandwich? Because
I mean, I think there's more at play than the sandwich. I think
Actually, I
that's
think
a
the
pretty safe
sandwich-
assumption.
The sandwich is the key here.
it could be.
The way she sees it, this ship is a hellhole, a complete cesspit filled with gross stuff that didn't
Accurate.
come out as poetic as I wanted it to be. But she felt that sandwich was truly amazing when everything else on this ship, including the other bits of food, are nasty and gross. The captain might be hiding something.
Well, we can't
Well,
ask him.
He's hiding his head for one thing.
Maybe we should check his quarters for
For a
secrets.
sandwich.
I think we should let her go and bring her up
Secret
with us,
sandwich.
just to see how the others react. Maybe her presence will shake something loose. Because this whole sandwich business is real suspicious.
Hopefully
connected
someone
somehow.
other than the captain has the faintest idea why she was dragged on this ship in the first place.
I don't think it's safe for her to bring her up top first.
Well,
They're going to be
I'll
looking
protect
for a scapegoat to kill, and if they see her, tensions are going to rise. We should leave her down here for now, out of the way.
her. We
well-
want tensions to rise, though.
Do
Oh.
we?
Yeah, because then someone will reveal something in the chaos.
Or they'll burn
Panic.
her alive.
We won't let that happen.
Then they'll try to burn all of us alive. And the alternative is to kill everyone on the ship. Then we won't have any way to get home.
We have our own ship.
Is Hildreth starting to learn empathy?
He's just thinking about it in a scientific manner.
He's on his hero's journey, Kern. Don't interrupt him. He's
Yeah.
learning.
Regardless, even though she's the only person we've interrogated so far, I find her to be the most trustworthy person on this ship.
I
Including
don't know
Party.
if I'd go that far.
Look, she really liked that sandwich and found it suspicious. The spell I cast on her pretty much confirmed that. I'm finding something else to be wrong here, even if it's something as simple as the captain held a special stash of food for him to chow down on when everyone else starved and ate filth. There's something not right.
What do you
All
think, Lana?
secrets
Should
need
we...
to be considered.
Well, I'm not going to advocate for leaving a woman tied up by her wrists, so
Right, even if it is a sex thing, which she claims
I'm
it's
pretty
not.
sure it's not.
I wouldn't
Like,
know.
solidly 75% sure.
So I think you're outvoted, Hildreth.
We can leave her here and just not have her tied up. I just think it's a bad
I suppose
idea
that's
to have
an
her in front of the rest of the crew, or even let them know that she's comfortable.
But if we, like, they wouldn't have tied her up if she wasn't real good at escaping. So if we untie her but leave her down here and she escapes on her own, then she won't, like, be indebted to us for freeing her. She'll just be some rogue element wandering the ship.
But then we
But
know
if
that
we were
she's
free her.
we know that she's suspicious and possibly guilty, heaping more suspicion on her, which means that we'll probably just shoot her in the face and burn her hair off with magic until the next time she arrives.
But we lost part of our investigation.
Oh,
team.
that's a bad thing. I say we keep her hidden somewhere.
Oh, our investigation team is complete. Well, I don't know why we'd find it suspicious if she escapes herself. I mean, I wouldn't want to stay chained up.
No, but
Yeah.
we need to keep her somewhere where the rest of the crew doesn't know she's free, or else they will try to pin things on her. All right. The two of you continue the investigation. I'll stay here and make sure that she's comfortable and no one kills her, or she doesn't kill anyone else, or anything like that.
Hello?
Can you hear?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
there you
good.
are.
Continue. Carry on.
All
So,
right.
Hildreth wants to stay with her and keep her from escaping. We'll untie her, but he'll guard her or whatever.
All right, looking forward to coming back to Hildreth's corpse in half an hour.
Yeah, but I mean,
If
that's
she
his
killed-
call.
If you come back and I'm dead and she's missing, that's a pretty good sign that she ate my face.
Yeah, that's a good point. One way or the other, we'll learn.
Well, I am going to cast protection on you then. So have some protection from evil and good.
It lasts 10 minutes.
For
The
the
last
sake-
10 minutes.
10 minutes of protection from evil and good.
If she doesn't realize it could be useful, just if she jumps you the moment we leave.
Right. If you're going to provoke her, try to provoke her sooner rather than later.
In the next 10
within the
minutes.
next 10 minutes.
And then be really polite.
My ultimate goal is to be polite to everyone and make sure no one kills anyone else when they're not supposed to.
Mhm.
Since when?
Since we're trying to solve a mystery and we don't want anyone being murdered that could be a witness that will show us who the real bad guy is.
Gotcha.
All right. So Hildreth is going to stay behind and guard your new friend with his 10 minutes of protection. What are Xylund and Lana going to do?
Guess we'll
I
go
think-
up to the mess hall.
Yeah,
Or
I
wait,
think we need to find anyone else who can commentate on why they have a woman chained up in the basement.
Okay. Well, everyone else other than Lily's in the mess hall.
Upstairs we go.
Okay. You're going upstairs to Lily or down the hall to the mess hall?
Down the hall. I know how
To the mess
directions
hall.
work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys go to the mess hall, where Davynn and Kern have finished interrogating the bulk of the crew, finding precious little. But everyone else is in there. Vale's in there. Elgin is in there. Norwell is in there. So we can sort of pick up with almost everybody together. Next, if at any point you want to come downstairs and join the crew, just say so.
Yeah, I only have like one or two more things that I wanted to.
Okay. What did you
Check.
want to do real quick?
The half the inkwell that's still present.
Uh-huh.
Where is it exactly?
It was on
like-
the floor.
Okay. And then did I not find any sign of the other half at all? Or the ink, actually?
There is no sign of the ink and no sign of the other half.
Okay. And then any damage to the desk itself?
No, it's been it looks like it might have been knocked over and picked back up, but it's whole. It's not missing any parts. It's not it's got a little bit of obviously water damage and it's slightly singed, but no major damage to it.
And the inkwell, the cut piece, is it like a straight cut or is it slightly curved?
It's just straight down the center. Just
All right. I'm going to go join the rest of the crew.
okay. So now everybody but Hildreth is in the mess hall.
I want to go head straight to the actual kitchen where they make the food.
Okay. Which is towards the back. So you see Interrogation Central off to one side, where Davynn and Kern are doing their inspector routine. Heading back into the kitchen, which is again very small galley kitchen. The cook is still there. Davynn and Kern, you have already interrogated him and didn't find him to be terribly suspicious in any way. But he has returned to his domain. He's not cooking anything, really. He's just sort of mildly pacing back and forth in his little domain. Obviously agitated.
Okay, so I'm going to take off my helm and say to the cook, Vale told me to ask you to make me a sandwich, and I'll give him a wink. A special sandwich.
What?
Special sandwich. Wait.
Making a sandwich.
Are we missing some context here?
So the cook kind of stops and a sandwich?
Is that a
Special
thing?
sandwich.
Special sandwich.
Vale
Right.
specifically said make it special.
All right.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to rummage around and look at your ingredients. And I'll just start investigating the kitchen. While keeping an eye on what he puts in the sandwich.
All
Gary,
right. So,
just one question.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Did you expect the sandwich to see this much play?
Honestly, yeah, but that's okay.
That's brilliant.
I yeah. Yeah.
Us for how many years now? She knows we wanted to investigate the damn sandwich.
Yeah, clearly sandwiches are the key point to take away here. Not the headless captain.
It's all connected.
sandwich is the key to this captain. That's
not
what it is.
not the woman, the mysterious, unreadable woman chained up in the cargo hold.
She obviously
no, it's the
gets
sandwich.
pointed to the sandwich.
Yeah, clearly.
I'm
Clearly
also a
she is.
DM. I understand how this works.
Yes, it's all pointing towards the sandwich. It's clearly a railroad directly to sandwich.
Maybe
This game's only 3 out of 10. Erie keeps railroading us with sandwiches.
Sandwiches.
I don't know. Like, it's either an indication that Erie's hungry or the rest of us are hungry.
I might have been hungry when I was writing this. That's quite possible.
You're just like,
I
I
am-
want this goddamn.
I'm a big
special
fan of
sandwich."
sandwiches. I'm a big fan of sandwiches. Naps and sandwiches.
Like the entire
Um,
portion that she's writing, where the sandwich is like just smells so good. Like it's
Yeah.
just her mind wandering and salivating
Yeah.
over a
I'm
damn
super
good sandwich.
hungry. And then at the end, it's gonna be fighting a giant sandwich monster. It's gonna be great. It'll be great. Anyway, the cook begins to make you a sandwich, although he doesn't seem to have a whole lot in the way of sandwich ingredients. There's not a lot of, like fresh meat or really even fresh veg down here. So it's kind of like hardtack and some dried meat that's been, he hollows out the bread a little bit and kind of slams some cured meat in there, and like he's doing his best, but there's not much in the way of sandwich makings. And you're just poking around his stores.
Yeah, I'm just going to investigate, see if there are any suspicious looking ingredients.
Not really. They seem to be fairly low on provisions. They've probably been at sea for a while. So they're starting to get down to the dregs. There's some dried fruit, some dried meats, obviously hardtack, some winter vegetables that are just barely hanging on. They were going to have to hit port pretty soon.
All right, well, once he's done making the sandwich, I'm going to give him another wink and then, without saying anything to anybody, just leave again and go back down to the hold and see how our chained up friend reacts to the sandwich.
Taking
I let
sandwich
the
with
others
you?
do their thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you collect your sandwich and just leave without a word, leaving the rest of the group in a mess hall. Okay. Let's get back to the mess hall then. Kern and Davynn, having questioned the entire crew, you did want to move on to Elgin and Norwell.
Yeah,
Who would you like to start with?
Elgin first.
Okay. Elgin is incredibly skittish. Like I said, younger kid and kind of shows it. He's very, very nervous when dealing with you two. Vale is kind of hovering, but not trying to hover around. But yeah. He doesn't volunteer really any information. He sort of looks at his hands a lot. Every now and again glancing up at the pair of you.
Hi, you're Elgin, right?
Yes.
Could you explain for us what is your job on this ship?
What does it say you? What would you say you
What
do
would you
here?
do here? I'm the cabin boy. Directly under Skipper Vale and of course Captain.
Skipper
Right.
Vale. Do you mind getting us some drinks for a second?
So he reluctantly wanders away.
Does Elgin seem a little bit more relaxed now?
No. No. Not in any way. No. This boy is wound for sound. He is incredibly nervous.
Well, when was the last time you saw the captain alive?
Lunch. It was lunchtime. Skipper had taken poorly, and he asked if I could do his normal duties. Not all of them, just
Duty.
the stuff I knew. You taking the captain his lunch and his books and whatever else needed doing at the time. While he went to his cabin and had a bit of a kip. So that's what I did.
So Vale took his lunch, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, ate his lunch. Said he was feeling poorly. Went to his quarters. Asked me to step in for him, just for that little bit. And that was the last time I saw the captain. When I left him, he was fine. He was fine, and I locked up after like I'm supposed to.
Do you know what Vale brought the captain for lunch?
It was on a platter. I didn't check it. It's the captain's food, don't.
Oh, no, of course. I'm just trying to get all the details straight.
Yeah, of course.
But does the captain usually get... Nobody's around here, but does the captain usually get like better food than the rest of the crew, or no?
I couldn't say for sure, but I don't think so. He didn't smell any different,
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Davynn, do you have anything?
No, I think that was about everything that we needed to know. Do you know... So the last time you saw the captain was when Vale brought him his lunch. You saw the captain himself?
No, I brought him his lunch. Vale was
right.
Vale was napping. That was the last time I saw the captain. Brought him his lunch, and he did ask for another book from the hold. I brought him that.
Do you know you picked up the lunch from the mess hall, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what book you went to go get for him?
And he again kind of looks down at his hands and twists them together. I never really went to school myself. He told me the color of it.
Do you know the color of the book?
It was red. Real fancy.
Okay. If we were to find this book, would you be able to recognize it?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, Xylund. This kid doesn't know.
It's just sandwich.
Yeah, so his food, was it covered in something?
Yeah, it's got a little like pot on top of it. I don't know what it's called proper, but
Gotcha.
covered. So, the seagulls don't relieve themselves on it as you're coming up.
I see. So you didn't happen to see what was inside for lunch?
No.
Okay. All right.
Well, during the process of the rest of our interrogation, did we hear from anybody else who saw the captain between lunch and decapitation? Decapitation?
Decapitation? No. The overall feeling from the crew was that everyone was pretty much doing what they do. A couple had noted that Vale a little more absent in the afternoon, but not to a suspicious amount, So no one had any direct run-ins with the captain. As far as they figured, he was in his quarters until the gunfire started, and then obviously died in the attack. That was the general consensus.
See. Okay. Well, all right. As far as when the attack happened, where were you, Elgin?
Oh, when the gun started, you mean?
Yes.
I was doing dishes.
All right. Dishes, and once everything started, did you stay in the kitchen or did
Oh
you go?
no, I ran down below, help load cannons.
Okay, cool.
So, out of character real quick. I don't think this is the guy, but precedent says that since he's the last person who saw the captain, we should... He is primary suspect or something?
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get as many details, even if they're not.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, you were loading the cannons, right? You said?
Yes, sir. Yes. Helping.
Just okay. Who was the other people on the cannon with you?
Well, they run in fire teams, you know. There's 3 men to a team, and there are 6 cannons down there, at least in that section. I don't know who was on all of them. I mostly just ran balls where they needed to be, you know.
Okay. Nice.
Just yelled out, and it's hard to see with the smoke and all. So yeah, just whoever needed them, I ran one over if I could.
So I jot something. I was like, need at least 3 people to man a cannon.
Cannon 101. Get 3 people.
Good to know.
All right, Elgin. I think Inspector Davynn and I are finished with questions for now. Make sure not to leave the ship until we're finished with the investigation.
You did good, kid.
Thank you, sir, I suppose.
How old are you?
Oh, I hit 16 summers before I boarded.
See.
So you've been on the crew for not that long, then?
Not that long, no. This is my second tour out. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let you know if we have any further questions for you. But thank you for your time.
Sort of nods. He scoots back loudly in his chair, echoing through the mess hall. He sort of half scampers away. Back to the corner
So I'll
when
have
we're all
that brief
sitting.
conversation with Kern. Be like, he's the last person who saw the captain.
Yeah.
I don't think it was him, unless he's weirdly powerful and super hiding how competent he is.
Yeah. Well, the best thing we can do is just gather information, and then whenever we all come together, we'll hope something falls out.
Yeah, I suppose so.
All right, you ready for Norwell?
Just about.
Okay. Motion over for the large dark elf to come over.
Again, strides over with a mild look of disdain on his face. And next, the answer to your question is yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. He strides over to your little corner of the world, seats himself.
Hello.
You're Norwell. You are the Stormcaller? You know the word, Kern.
Stormcaller. Impressed a bit of work that you're doing with the water back there.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I assume the captain hired you out of some port. Are you a regular on the ship, or is just sort of like a contracted position?
I've been sailing with the captain for 15 years now.
Oh, okay. Are you the oldest member of the crew? Well, longest serving member of the crew?
I believe so. Vale came aboard shortly after. A year or 2, perhaps.
Yeah. Shortly after. So you'd probably be the best judge of character for people on the ship, as far as whether they're like or dislike for the captain.
I suppose. But if you think a member of this crew murdered their captain, definitely barking up the wrong tree.
What makes you say that?
He kept his men paid. The ones he didn't care for generally were left off at port, never to be hired again. He kept meticulous records on the men he hired. They weren't just crates to be loaded on and loaded off. He took an interest in them, and the ones who did well stayed, got larger and larger portions. Those who didn't, well, he might have made their lives difficult while they were on board, but as soon as they were off, he never thought about them again.
That's fair. That's fair.
So he was pretty well liked by all the crew members. In that case, who could have done it, in your estimation?
It's hard to say. I didn't see precisely what happened. He and Vale have had their issues in the past of a personal nature. Not that I think Vale would kill the old man over it, but it's always a possibility, I suppose.
What?
Well, I'm personally very interested in learning more about those issues.
Just like the rest of the men, terrible gossips. There was some question over dalliances with the captain's wife.
Should have known there's always some woman. I don't know why I said that. That just seemed like a investigator thing to say.
Well,
Read it in a book somewhere.
Vale seems to think that you're a passenger down the hall in the hold was the one who was responsible.
Bounty. Could be.
The bounty.
That's why she was on board.
Who is she exactly?
Yeah. We didn't get much info from Vale.
Not entirely sure. She's got a sizable amount on her head. That's all I truly know. I'm not sure what her crimes are, or where particularly we were delivering her. It's not my area. She has slipped her chains more than once. Irritated Vale to no end. Whether or not she's violent, probably, given the amount that was due to be collected for her.
So Norwell. Has she seemed to do anything, I don't want to say out of the ordinary, but of a supernatural nature? Have you been given any reason to think that she might be have some sort of magic?
Oh, undoubtedly.
Oh, okay.
She rarely eats. She does sleep. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
And she manages to slip her chains both with and without the aid of tools. And she was carrying some interesting items when we found her, at least when she was loaded on board.
Do you happen to know where those are being held?
In the main cargo hold.
Okay. We may need to investigate those a bit. Not trying to take away your bounty or your ship's bounty, but it might give some sort of information on how this might have happened.
I get paid regardless. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Salaried, am I right?
I suppose.
One more thing, at least for me. Oh, actually, two more things. First one, when was the last time you saw the captain? It seems like the last people to see him was right before lunchtime.
I saw him in the morning, about dawn. I relieved him at the wheel. He liked to sail in the early morning, before the rest of the crew was all awake. That it was peaceful. Preferred it that way. Got my orders for the day, based upon his perusal of the charts and my examination of the sky. Went down to his quarters, I assumed, to freshen up, have a nap. That was the last I saw him.
And then when the guns started firing, obviously I saw your water work. But where were you exactly on the ship when that happened?
At the wheel,
At the wheel?
just in case.
I've got a question for you. As a divine caster, do you have the ability to speak to the dead?
Of course. It's not something I make a habit of.
How many other people on this ship are familiar with that kind of knowledge?
Knowledge of doing it, or knowledge that I can do it?
Knowledge that it's even possible.
Well, all of them, I would assume. Although most of these men are from small backwater locations. A lot of it is old wives' tales and superstition. None of them would have what I would consider a church education.
Because piggybacking off of Davynn, I say as, and I roll up my sleeve and show my tattoo as a fellow Stormcaller. That was my first instinct once I heard that the captain was dead. However, it appears that the captain's head is missing, which would mean that whoever did this knew that we needed, in order to be able to talk to him, we needed his head.
Or that some beastie of the deep snuck aboard and ate it.
Well, we have our top and forensic expert up there examining the scene now.
Meanwhile, back examining the scene. How do I cast detect magic?
I can't detect magic!
Damn it, I knew I should have taken that. Taking that and fly next level up.
Oh.
Well, thank you for your time.
Mhm.
And we will likely be in contact for more questions.
Where else would I go, gentlemen?
One more thing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of your potential do you think you've reached?
1 to 20, please.
5 on a good day.
Oh, okay.
Wait, one more thing.
One more thing.
Okay. Do you have any idea why a sandwich might be of significance? Because our very competent investigator just came up here talking about sandwiches.
Sandwiches. Not something we see on the menu often.
Oh my god, is the sandwich actually really important to this?
Okay. Thanks. I think that's everything.
Okay, so he hesitates for a moment as he's standing, waiting for one more thing before turning and going back to Elgin.
Lily will take his place in the seat.
All right.
Oh, hello. Here you are. Do you know
Hello.
how hard it is to find the mess hall when you don't know anything about this ship? It took me ages, I tell you.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, did you find anything interesting?
So many things interesting. First off, I think it was magic. The cut on the neck was clean, impossibly clean. There was no other damage to the neck, which there was also no blood, no bleeding, which, you know, even if you had someone who had the perfect slice with a blade, there would probably be bleeding unless it was cauterized, which there was no charring indicating it wasn't. It was also missing both hands were missing fingers up to the mid knuckle. Same kind of cut, no damage, no bleeding. There's also an inkwell that had the exact same kind of cut, no ink, no fractures. Even if you had the fastest and sharpest blade in the world, I don't think you could make a cut that clean where there was no damage and no ink. So all indications to me say magic, and the fact that there was no blood makes me think spatial displacement of some kind, maybe, possibly.
Is that possible?
Not usually.
Did you find any remnants of magic up there?
Well, I'm so used to other people detecting magic that I decided to take more pertinent spells. So, no. We might want to take a walk up there. But, and to answer your question, Davynn, usually no. Pre-schism, yes, but the rules of this world don't really allow for most spatial displacement anymore. But when it's done, bad things can happen. And if you know that and you can intentionally do it to someone else, no less, then possibly. I would have to have somebody who could detect remnants of magic in the air to know more for sure. I also found this odd green glass pull-out vial with the jagged shard. It didn't seem to really fit with the rest of the room. Question, Erie, the green glass, is it thick like bottle glass or potion bottle glass?
Not really. It's actually fairly fine. It reminds you of something more decorative, like a perfume bottle.
It didn't really seem to fit in his quarters. Could be that it held some kind of... Well, I can't really say. The water had washed away any traces that I could analyze, unfortunately. Lastly, the captain was very, very meticulous. He took notes on everything. Most of their cargo is on the up and up, though sometimes he has some rather, and I'll lower my voice, shadier dealings.
Well, they're bringing in a bounty now.
Really?
That's the lady down the hallway.
There is a listing for a bounty in the book that you grabbed, Lily.
Any further information, or is it too damaged?
Oh no, you can. It's at the top of the page, so it's still readable. I'll put the name. Go ahead.
This ledger, I know this is player knowledge, not character knowledge, but just for my own curiosity, is it a book with like a fancy red cover?
It is. It's a red leather book. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So I'll pull out the waterlogged book and start looking through. You seem to be.
And I will make note of the fancy redness of it.
You seem to be looking specifically at more recent acquisitions, and there is information on a bounty.
I will.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
Her name is Zachary Delret. She has 100 platinum bounty placed by Lord Zadimum Maggart. That's an odd name. Sounds like maggot. I don't like him already.
Kern shrugs, probably not knowing who the hell these are.
Lily, I can come up there with you and do some detect magicking.
That would be... Actually, that would be very ideal. And then afterwards we can go down to the hold where... Xylund and...
Hildreth and your sister.
Yeah, I thought Lana had came up to the mess hall.
Yeah, Lana's with you guys.
She's
Hildreth.
no.
Lana and I can go to the mess hall or the kitchen and ask the chef about what he made for lunch. It's goddamn, we need to know specifics on this sandwich.
Oh my god.
And we'll all convene in the hold with Miss Delrat, Xylund, and the blue one.
Sounds good.
I'd like to point
Alrighty.
out 3 of us are blue. Calling someone the blue one is going to make
Excuse
you cry.
me,
Rude.
Lily and Lana are gray, not blue.
Also, wait, Hildreth is blue?
Hildreth
Bluish.
He's a real pale blue, white, pearl white.
is
You know.
silvery.
And he's gone so long that Lily completely forgot his name.
That's true. All right. So, in addition, just as since Lily has the book, and I'm sure she would have been perusing it during the interrogation section, in addition to the bounty on Sacred Delrat, there are actually a few other items that are listed underneath her name that all look like they were being returned to the same person, this Lord Maggart. But a lot of those entries have been smudged out and destroyed. But it looks like whoever this person was, they were carrying quite a bit for delivery to him.
Does anybody
It's like
have mending?
purposely smudged out, or
No, just water damage. Like the ink just got the book got submerged, and so all you can really make out is the top of it. Everything else underneath has been has just waterlogged, and the ink has run all over.
Does anybody happen to have mending? It probably won't help. In fact, it'll
I do.
probably make the book blank.
It would make the book blank. Actually, you would remove all the ink from it.
Let's not,
But
actually.
you can read some of it, but not enough to really figure out the extent of the cargo. Just that quite a bit of it was under the name of Lord Maggart.
It's really, really, really sad that there's no ways to repair waterlogged books. Not with the ink having already run. Actually, I could probably make something for that.
All right. So once again, the crew is splitting up. We've got Kern and Davynn going to the kitchen. Or no, Davynn's
Kern
going
and Lana.
upstairs. I'm sorry, Kern and Lana.
Davynn
going
and
to the
Lily are
kitchen.
going back to the captain's room.
Right, captain's quarters, and then Xylund was headed back with his sandwich to the prisoner's cell with Hildreth and your new friend. So Hildreth, while these guys have been interrogating and making sandwiches and doing whatever, you've been left alone with this individual for longer than 10 minutes.
Damn, my courage has run out.
So you are left with the maskless, swinging young woman, swinging very gently. He kind of keeps an eye on you for a second, waits for you to speak, just a moment or two.
Yeah, that's not really Hildreth's thing. He's just there to make sure no one gets stabbed.
So when she notices that you're not much for conversation, she begins to kind of just do her thing, which consists of slowly dislocating her own shoulder and slipping out of her manacles.
Holy shit.
Hildreth will watch. If she's doing it in front of him, and he mentioned that making her more comfortable was a thing, if she can make herself more comfortable without actually properly escaping, he'll let her.
Yeah, she makes absolute. I mean, there's no subterfuge at all. She pops her shoulder out. You can hear the pop of her thumb as she dislocates that as well. And she slips out of her manacles, jumping, landing in the sort of the slosh below, and then pops everything back into place. Not really making a big deal out of it. It just seems to be she's just like done. And then dusts herself off and seems to be trying to will the feeling back into her arm once it's all put back together.
You get arrested a lot, I see.
Can you tell?
Yeah.
Force a habit, I suppose.
So,
yeah.
What was so important about that sandwich,
Oh,
unless you're not really telling the truth and that's why you were
I would
locked
never
up?
lie about that sandwich. It smelled so good.
What
I
made
don't
it different than all of the other food here
It just
about
smelled.
the rest of the ship?
It just smelled. I don't know how to describe it. It just everything else here just smells like rot, garbage, but it didn't. And I politely suggested to poor old Vale that perhaps he would like to share it with me, and he was kind enough to do so. And it was really good. Like I haven't had a good meal in quite some time, so that was nice. Clearly, it did the trick because I fell asleep almost immediately after that.
Oh.
Just woke up to gunfire, which is not a way that you want to wake up. First to gunfire, and then to some very angry man who is clearly very protective of his sandwich.
Who was upset about the sandwich again?
Vale. Vale was very upset about his sandwich, although he gave of it willingly. But guns start, and all of a sudden he has a change of heart. He comes in quite angry, insisting that I be chained up and masked again, which I thought was quite rude.
That sounds like it has less to do with the sandwich and something he knew about those who were boarding.
Perhaps, but I could have helped.
You could have, but would you have?
That's a fair point. So why are you here?
I like it far away from large groups of people. It's more comfortable here with you than up there talking with all those others.
Oh, people aren't so bad. A little stupid. A lot stupid. But in
I have a
general.
bad history with people.
Me too. Probably for different reasons, though. You travel with people, clearly.
Unfortunately.
All right. That didn't seem too bad, though the one with the helmet seems a little off.
He's a butterfly,
Is he?
according to
I
things
don't-
right now.
I wouldn't. Clearly, should always take people at their word. They tell you they're a butterfly. It's best just to respect that. She rolls her shoulders again. So, when can we leave?
That depends on a lot of factors.
Oh, like what?
Like, who are you? And why have all these people decided that you need to be captured?
Those are such boring questions, really, when you think about it deep down.
I'm not the one to choose what's interesting or not, just what needs to be answered.
Yeah. You know what? You remind me of those old women who throw shawls over their heads and go from tavern to tavern, thinking if they reverse the sequence of their words, they sound more mystical than they really are, and people give them a copper to go away. It's kind of what you remind me of right now.
That's one way to make a living.
I guess. Boring, though. Have you tried it? Probably good at it.
No, actually,
See,
I'm a
that's why
monster
you
hunter.
need me. Oh, I see. Monster hunter, huh? How many monsters have you killed?
Enough. Some that look like you.
No one looks like me.
You're right, I was just trying to be intimidating.
I appreciate the effort. I'm difficult to intimidate. This is why you should bring me along. I could be your guide. You're clearly not from here. You talk funny for one.
I didn't notice. Now I'm very self-conscious.
Don't be. It's a boon. You have an accent. People think you're interesting and exotic, and they're more likely to believe you when you say things.
But then you stand out and you're easier to track, and the things in the dark that want to devour your blood know where to find you.
That's also an interesting point. I hadn't thought of that. Well, you've earned my name at the least. My name is Sakri. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'd really like to go now. Will you stop me if I try and leave?
Yes.
Damn. Are you sure?
Considering it's just as much for your safety as it is ours.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm fine. Fine.
But will you be fine when the entire crew that seemed to have subdued you the last time has you in the middle of the ocean wanting your blood? At the very least, throw you overboard to whatever lives down there.
Possibly. Why is everyone so on edge anyway? Just
I
want to
don't
get
know.
captain.
From a different ship.
You are? Oh. You weren't firing on us, right? No, I already asked that. You weren't boarders, you said. Well, I guess you could still be firing upon us. One doesn't preclude the other. Are you here for treasure? Are you pirates secretly?
Be careful with that word. One of our
Pirates?
number will get really excited if he hears that word.
It's a very exciting word. Are you here for the hold?
I'm here to learn and observe.
Well, that's no fun.
And specifically in this room to make sure that you don't hurt anyone else or no one else hurts
Why
you.
would I hurt anyone?
I don't know enough about you to answer that question.
Well, I don't hurt people who don't deserve it.
Your definition of deserving could be different from mine.
Yes. Spare me your more relativism. I only hurt people who really deserve it.
Then what did the captain do to deserve it?
I didn't hurt the captain.
All right, you passed that test.
Ask his toadies. You should hear some of the things they talk about in the night. When they
I'd
think no
rather
one can
not.
hear them.
That's one of the reasons I stayed behind, so I wouldn't have to listen to their blather.
Come, but it's all skullduggery and just who said what to whom and who overheard what and whose share is bigger than the next guy's and who got the better room when they hit port. Oh my lord, it's a sewing circle and a half. Such
Before you were
pathetic
locked down
creatures.
here, what were you doing? Did they allow you the freedom to move around?
Oh, for a little while, yes. Which admittedly wasn't bright. But I got caught trying to pick the lock on the hold. It's a very good lock.
What's in the hold?
My stuff. My stuff is in the hold.
Is that why you were trying to pick the lock, or is there something else you wanted?
Yes. No, I just want my stuff. I stole it fair and square.
Does that make it yours?
Yes.
I don't like that this is a lesson that Hildreth is learning. Like, that wasn't a patronizing, is it? Does it? That was a
Yeah, that
real
was an
life,
inquiry.
is that how the world works?
Yes.
Hildreth is a very impressionable
Yes.
young man. You must
I
forgive him.
stole it fair and square. Well, most of it. Some of it is well, it's all legitimately mine, you understand, but some of it I had with me, and other things I have acquired along the way.
What are
It's all
you doing
legitimately
hanging
mine.
out with this group of strange boat people anyway?
They were quite rude, and ambushed me one night after a song. Very untoward of them. I didn't smell them coming. I should have.
After a song?
Mm-hmm. I sing for my supper, like most people.
My understanding is most people do horrible farm labor.
Oh, God. No. Why would I do that?
It's a very good question.
That sounds awful.
Not as awful as the shit that the cows drop. You can smell it from miles away, even in the
I'm very
forest,
delicate.
carving the animal
Oh.
to pieces.
No. I have very, very delicate sensibilities. Please. So after this banter back and forth, where Hildreth is not in danger, but his protection has worn off, we can have Xylund come back in with Sandwich to see basically Hildreth chatting with a now freed Zachary.
Okay, well,
So-
that's. I guess now I don't have to untie you. So here, I'll offer her the sandwich.
She wrinkles her nose. Thank you. But please, you must be starving.
So this isn't like the sandwich that you ate of Vale's.
No.
What's different? The smell?
Yes.
If she is to be believed, one of the other differences is that Vale didn't share this one with her.
It's true. He's a good and kind man. Maybe that's what made it smell so good. The overflowing, passionate kindness of Vale.
I
feel like-
don't think that was it.
I'm
You
thinking
doubt?
tampered the sandwich.
Oh, no, I'm sure it was just a lovely sandwich.
So, since the smell is so appealing to you, if you smelled it again, you'd recognize it right away.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Well, how about we just take a little tour of the ship and see if you can catch a whiff of this?
Are you insinuating I'm some sort of bloodhound to be leashed and led around?
I was going to suggest a leash, but no, I don't think you're a dog. I'm just, for everyone's safety.
Consider it a task to earn your freedom and trust of everyone on the ship, so you no longer have to stay in the room hanging by your manacles, a mask over your face, and your toes dangling in poo-poo water.
Right.
She gestures
Wait.
broadly to her shackleless wrists and her maskless face, and then looks at you quizzically. Cass, earn? Quite fine. I'm not your bloodhound.
Well,
I would
did
consider
you?
it a personal favor.
Do you have any money?
No.
Will you get me into the hold? If you get me into the hold, I'll sniff out anything and everything you could possibly desire.
It's in the hold.
My stuff.
I look at the keys I was given. Is it just one key?
You were
or-
given a single key. Yep, he removed it from the ring and gave it to you.
Well, I mean, if we, that's going to be negotiable if you are instrumental in helping us solve this sandwich mystery.
Instrumental in the sandwich mystery. Why do sandwiches need to be a mystery?
I'm just curious. It's all connected. I mean, this is a small ship. Everything's connected to everything else, and the sandwich is an unknown element.
It's a sandwich.
But it's a weird sandwich.
She kind of flumps down on the metal frame of her bed. And I'm the one chained up.
I don't see any chains.
Not
It doesn't have to
anymore.
be a tight leash. We'll just, it's for show.
No, there will be no leash. How dare you? Accuse me of sex stuff and then try and leash me? That's very mixed signals, sir.
I wasn't judging when I accused you of sex stuff.
It doesn't matter. You also didn't offer to pay or do anything else.
How much do you feel would be fitting recompense for, going around and sniffing stuff while on a leash?
Probably
Well-
treating her like a person is a good start.
I'm treating
Or
her like a
cash.
person. We're negotiating.
I'll take cash. 'Cause there's no. She's sort of waving Hildreth down. Cash works. No shame in cash. I've never had to price that particular service before.
Hmm.
Then you'll accept 5 gold.
Ah, please. I am clearly a lady of some pedigree. Please.
This isn't exactly the sort of place where pedigree means anything. That, and if you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly a man of pedigree and I can't pay that much. Take it or leave it.
I think that's why I like you. No, if you can get me into the hold, just get me into the hold. Get me my things. I won't even go. I won't even go.
As I said, we can, talk about the hold after we've solved this thing. But right now, getting you into the hold is just going to antagonize the whole crew, probably. And
Oh,
that's
wow.
kind of
You
after
wanna
we've
antagonize
resolved
the
all
whole
this.
crew. I mean, I'm just the one that was locked up and masked and muzzled and held behind iron bars. I certainly wouldn't want them to be antagonized.
It could end badly for us, you understand. They're just as volatile and angry and suspicious to us as you are.
I'm not suspicious of
anything-
you. I think you're adorable. I just want my
Yes, but you're
stuff.
suspicious to us.
Oh, well, that's your fault.
Possibly.
I'm awesome.
Do you know
Well-
what would be really awesome? Is if you helped us out with this problem.
Fine. I want something. I want collateral.
Hildreth will hand her his the eye he's not using.
What, the eye I made for you?
No, he's using that eye. He's not going to give up a gift.
Oh, okay, cool.
I thought he had that one going.
That one's also got magic powers. The other one's just a crappy ass rock. How about this?
All
It
right.
used to be my eye. I'd like it back someday.
Your eye. I guess.
Not the real one.
Yeah, the heartbeat was her kicking the door.
Well,
Um,
still want to know what's in the hold.
It was just distorted by the water. I guess I'll take your eye if that's what you have to offer. So what are you gonna give me? She looks at Xylund.
I'm also giving you that eye.
No.
It's our eye. We share the eye.
Give me your helmet.
Fuck that. No way.
Oh boy.
She touched the wrong nerve.
I just want to hold it. I just want
No.
to try it on. Come
No,
on.
fuck no.
Come on.
Let's see, what do I have? I have a coin with a bird on it. I don't know what it does. I think it probably does something magical.
Oh. Can I see?
I don't know. Let me just quickly look at my items list to see if I wrote down what it does.
Let me check my sheet. I'll be right with you.
I still have my lion coin from Greylock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have my man coin.
Is it like your man card? It's your
Yeah, it's
certification
his
of
man coin.
manliness.
I don't even remember where I got this bird coin.
I do.
It was
Well,
from the
okay.
trial.
From which
When we were
trial?
like all locked up in the cages.
Mm-hmm.
And it took us forever to figure out what to do until somebody opened their inventory and it was like, Erie dropped something in our inventories.
Yeah, it's the one where you had to combine them to make creatures.
Oh, when we were in
When
Karok.
you were in the cages. Yeah, when you were in
Okay.
Faux Karok. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll say, yeah, your bird coin.
Ooh, pretty.
It's magic.
All right. Is it?
Yeah, but I get it back if we let you into the hold, which we will.
And I get my things.
Yeah, sure. This is all dependent on you being instrumental in resolving the current sandwich crisis.
Yes, current sandwich crisis. That sandwich is a crisis. You should keep it far away.
So,
I'll eat it.
do you have some rope, Hildreth?
No, come on. I don't. That's a little.
We
Extreme,
did promise
don't you
we wouldn't
think?
use a leash.
No, we didn't. I thought that's why we were giving her stuff.
No, you're giving me stuff because it's the right thing to do.
Well, no, we're giving you stuff because we want to put you on a leash.
No. You give me stuff because you want me to do something, and it's only fit and proper that if you're gonna, proposition
how
me,
about
you at
this?
least give me something.
Compromise. Hold Hildreth's hand. You can't let go. You just
I
have to
don't
hold
want
his
to
hand.
hold Hildreth's hand. That costs extra.
Hildreth is nice. Look at him. He's such a nice guy.
I'm feeling uncomfortable with this kind of conversation.
Me too.
You're willing to touch his eye, to fondle his eye, but you won't hold his hand.
I'm a complicated creature.
Viscera's different than this.
Yeah, I agree. Why do you travel with him? He's weird.
He's one of the best ones.
Oh gosh.
That and I'm
Really?
paid too.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Just hold his hand, all right? Please.
No. No.
Oh.
I have other
Ridiculous.
means of staying close to her without having to hold her hand.
Well, see, that just sounds dirty. I'm very much reconsidering this.
And it's not gross. Xylund is gross. I'm not gross.
You're both a little creepy, to be fair.
I get that a
Okay,
lot.
well, yeah, me too. Well, that's actually a lie. I don't get that at all. But okay, fine. I'll sniff off leash. Happy?
Holding Hildreth's hand?
No,
No.
no.
I feel like we're
That's
not
not
getting
going
much
to
value
happen.
for our contributions here.
You want to figure it out yourself. And she rolls over and puts her back to you while she lays on her metal frame.
You know what? I'm gonna hold Hildreth's hand just to show you that he's fine, and it's fine if you hold his hand. I hold Hildreth's hand.
This is making me very uncomfortable.
Let's go.
You know, they used to be good cop, bad cop. I'm
They
not sure
used
what
to
they
be,
are now.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, well, we're gonna leave that scene as it is. Because couple cop, because I can't handle that anymore. And we're gonna go to a different for just a moment so I can reclaim my sanity here. Davynn and Lily headed up to the captain's quarters. What is it that you would
Just
like
doing
to
that, I'm
do?
gonna take one
Okay.
last look around. I'm assuming we would have been comparing notes on the way up. I'm gonna take one last look around to see if anything pops up with the extra knowledge.
Okay. There is a faint glimmer of magic here in the office. It's in a small box that is sort of drifted off into a corner. It is locked, but there is a little bit of magic inside.
I will take the box and say, "Hey, Lily, do you know how to open boxes?"
I do, but it's very loud. Like 300 feet away loud.
Don't worry, we're inspectors now, so we can do that.
Well, if you're sure.
Also, we're inspectors, so if somebody addresses you as inspector, don't be surprised.
If you're sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, guess so. Guess I'll just knock.
Okay.
And I just kind of knock on the box.
Okay.
But the knock is way louder than it was supposed to be.
Yes. So the knock spell works, and the small box unlocks itself. You have a very short amount of time before you have an audience, though. As Vale and Norwell specifically come rushing up, you can hear their boots on the stairs as they come up from the mess hall to investigate what the hell just happened.
I usher Davynn to hide the box.
Oh, you have time. Like it's a big enough ship. You've got time to check out the box if you'd like to.
Okay.
Before
Okay,
they'll
why
actually
do we need
get
to hide
there.
the box? We can just look at it because we're working for them, basically.
Pop that bad boy open.
All right.
I say out of character.
Yeah, clearly. So inside the box there are 2 coins, flattened bits of metal with they look like I lost the word. Artificer's coins, where they have spells actually engraved upon them. And according to the slightly soggy note that has been pinned inside of it on the cloth lining, these are part of lot 157. And that's it.
Okay. In the time we have, I'm gonna just bam.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's expensive.
Yes, it is. If you would prefer to roll Knowledge Arcana, you can try and decipher the spells that have been carved in, or the symbols that have been carved into it.
I'd prefer to do that. I don't have a.
Yeah.
Do I still not have a pearl? Holy shit!
No.
Honestly, I just assumed
You
it
guys
was
been spending all.
the islands.
We spent
Well,
so much
I
money on
know
mushrooms.
Xylund has identified, and he probably has a pearl, and I know Lana probably has a pearl, but I apparently did not get a pearl because I never get any friggin' money.
Well, you spent it all on mushrooms. You guys spent all your money on mushrooms and diamonds.
This is true.
Based upon your Arcana check, one of these is a shield spell. It's just been engraved onto a coin, and the other is actually an identify spell.
Irony. These Arcana coins, are they like one use and done, or are they like recharge?
No. These are one use and done.
Okay.
Oh, I have coin. No, those are tokens from my dad.
Yeah.
Right. Well, let's perhaps close the box and put it. Do you want to take the coins?
No, I think we can leave it. I just wanted to see what that was. I haven't seen any other magical stuff though.
Okay. Let's close the box and put it down. And what are we gonna say? Pause the loud knocking. One of us
We're
fell over?
investigating. I mean, like, also we can tell them the truth. We're officials.
I'm not officially outed, actually, and I'd like to keep it that way for as long as possible.
Then I knocked very loudly. I broke it open. You know what? I'm gonna take the box and I'm gonna smash it against a desk.
Okay, so the box is smashed.
So
it's not very
I
straight.
want to like basically like smash it as if I had taken the lock and forced it open.
Right.
So now you got to explain two noises.
So Vale and Norwell show up in the door as it hangs on one hinge, peering inside anxiously. Or as anxious as Norwell gets, he's still kind of a blank slate. But Vale seems fairly alarmed as he looks in. What the hell was that?
We were busy investigating the crime scene, and we found some trace amounts of magic coming from this box. And so, we broke it open. Hope you don't mind. We can buy you a new box if you really wish.
Well, did you take mind where it came from before you smashed it?
I'm assuming that we did. Like, I can point to where the box was.
Do you remember?
Lily does.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as Lily knows. Where'd it come from, Lily?
It was. You said it was floating off to the side, so I just kind of point where it was.
No, and he kind of muscles his way in. Was there signage in there? Anything that told you where it was from?
Oh, yes, lot 157.
Well, of course that's magical. That whole damned lot is magical.
What is lot 157?
We picked it up when we picked up her. She nicked a bunch of things from some toff somewhere. Apparently he collects this muck. A captain always liked to keep an eye on it, make sure it wasn't damaged, inspected a few pieces a day to make sure that they were okay.
Makes sense. Well, we do apologize for breaking it, but by all accounts, the captain's death was magical, from what I can tell. So
That
it
wouldn't
was
make
better
it
safe than sorry.
There was nobody who knew how to handle that stuff better than him. That wasn't, touched.
Oh, your captain was an artificer?
Gods no. No, but he'd been doing this since he was knee-high to an ant. He knew how to be careful. Not to let that stuff explode.
Well, I'm not saying that it was an accident due to mishandling. I'm saying it was possible that whoever did it could have used an artifact to do it, and fled the scene of the crime without whatever tools. I'm not sure, but again, being thorough is important.
Doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Nobody goes in there except me. I'm the only one who has the keys.
Which would imply that only you would be able to get inside to do anything to the captain?
He's talking about the hold, Davynn.
Both, actually. The only one who has keys to the captain's quarters. I'm the only one who has keys to the hold. I'm the only one who has keys on the whole damn ship.
And why didn't he open up the
He
door?
gave. But didn't you give the keys to the cabin boy for a period of time today?
Yes, I asked him to relieve me briefly after a bit of food didn't agree. But he's a whelp.
Yes, But young, naive persons can often be persuaded to do things in the belief that they're supposed to be doing it.
You really think that cotton-headed kid murdered his captain?
No. But let someone in the hold, let someone in the captain's quarters. That's possible.
Where's his head? Where's
I
where's
believe,
blood? Where's
based off the
gun?
evidence, that based off the evidence, and she'll point out the inkwell, she'll point out the fingers, she'll point out the head and the cut, the lack of blood and everything. Likely magic, possibly displacement, possible disintegration, actually. And it's so wet you would never see the dust.
The vorpal sandwich. He just shakes his head.
Who, if I may, the captain's lunch, is that made by the kitchen staff or is it prepared by someone else?
Scoop, as always. We can't exactly afford an entire separate kitchen for just the captain, much as he might deserve it at times. He eats the same as the rest of the men.
And then point to the glass without showing the without pulling out the shard that Lily has in a vial. I'll point to the glass. Could you tell me what that was, possibly?
Having a
Looks
great-
like a delicate bottle of some kind.
carry all kinds of things downstairs. I don't know off the top of my head. That was the captain's purview. I just carried up the boxes he asked me to get.
Hmm.
He was the expert in all that stuff.
All right. So everything magical that you're hauling, that's all lot 157 for this same individual
It's not-
collector. Yes.
All the things, but it is the bulk, I believe. Yes, there's a few odds and sods down there, but we did take on quite a vat for this lot 157, including the girl. So if anyone would know how to use that stuff, it would be her, right?
Is she a mage of some kind?
I don't know what she is.
Mm,
Right, well, I think maybe we should go chat with the rest of our friends.
He just kind of nods and waits for you to leave. He's clearly upset, perturbed, a little angry, he's a little flushed.
Thank you for your
Then
time.
tries to shut the door behind you as it wafts in the breeze. Lana and Kern go into the
Mhm.
kitchen.
Mhm.
Talk to Scoop.
About the sandwich, because of
Yo,
course.
Yo, Scoop.
He looks at you
What's
funny.
the news?
You be wanting a sandwich too?
Well, funnily enough, no, unfortunately. I heard you make pretty good sandwiches, but did you make the captain's lunch today?
Make the captain's lunch every day.
Do you know what you perchance made?
A little bean soup, a salt pork, hard roll. We're due to set foot on port fairly soon, I hope.
Mhm.
We can trade for a little fresher stuff. But we make do.
Did you make any sandwiches today?
I made one for the skull fella,
Hmm.
Inspector Skull fella.
Alright. Also out of curiosity, I heard that sorry, let me look up his name real quick. Cabin boy. Elgin? Elgin.
Elgin. Yeah.
Elgin came to pick up the captain's lunch today.
He did. Yeah. Vale must have had an upset tummy, I suppose.
I guess. curiosity, this is going to sound very strange, but did the captain, or did you have positive control of the captain's lunch at all times before Vale picked it up?
I love it. Positive control. That would be negative. I lost sight of it. It was signed off. Got a voucher. The boy walked off with it. My understanding, he was taking it up to the captain, as is his job. We have a pretty lean crew. It's how the captain manages to pay us what he does. And it, with what we carry, it's supposed to keep messes like this from happening.
That's fair. Yeah. But you just made it, set it out, and then continued on your job, and then didn't look at it again until Vale came to pick it up.
Correct.
Okay, just trying to establish.
Did Vale pick up the lunch or did Egan pick up the lunch? Because both said they did it.
Elgin delivered it.
Elgin delivered it.
Mm-hmm.
The Vale
the
picked it
ledgers.
up, right?
Yeah, Vale picked it up, but it was Elgin who actually delivered it because Vale was not feeling well and went back to his quarters and had Elgin pick up his duties for the afternoon.
So he felt well enough to pick it up, but not well enough to deliver it.
Deliver it.
And Vale also initially said that he's the one who delivered it and the ledgers. But Elgin said that he's the one
No,
who
he said
delivered
he
it.
delivered breakfast.
Yeah.
Vale said he delivered breakfast and ledgers and a few odds and ends for the captain. And then he had lunch, and after lunch he felt like crap, so he traded off his duties to Elgin. And then the gunfire. Duties.
Duty.
Well, I feel like this is when we all come together to share information.
Yes, I imagine we've got Davynn and Lily headed down. You guys headed out. Hildreth and Xylund holding hands.
Earth isn't comfortable with holding hands.
In Zachary's cell with the level of discomfort rising. What is it you would like to do?
I'm still trying to coax her out of her to come up with us. No leash involved. She just has to
Okay.
come with us now. We already gave her the corns. We gave her the eye. Just let's go. And if you want to hold her hands, that's fine too.
I do not.
I don't want to hold your
Under
hand.
any circumstances. I don't.
It's
want to
fine
do
though.
that.
Look, it's fine. There's
I
nothing
don't
weird.
feel
Just imagine Xylund like swinging his arms with Hildreth as they hold hands. It's like, it's fine. So Zachary rolls over, stands up. As long as there's no leash involved.
No leash.
no physical leash.
He has ghosts, just so you know, that are watching every move you make.
I meant I would be
I've heard
watching
that.
every move you make, but
I'll be watching you.
Whatever you say. So, those of you who are outside the hold, where are you convening? Are you just going to convene?
I
in the
think
mess
we're
hall?
heading towards the Holden as they open
Yeah.
up. And
Yeah, 'cause we
we
want to
see
talk to Sakri ourselves.
Xylund and Hildreth in all their glory. I'll just be like, congratulations.
Lily is gonna lean over and whisper to Lana. Ooh, Xylund's cheating on Kern.
We're setting an example. I think you should
Um,
all hold hands as well, so that she feels comfortable holding our hand.
I don't think
Lily
anyone
immediately
can
grabs
hold
Lana's
hands
hand.
and let my hand go.
Just clarify something for me. What kind of example are you setting exactly? Because I think I approve.
I'm still-
Hand holding is fine, is the message.
I
There's
pick up
nothing weird about
Ah, okay. Yes,
I pick up
approve.
Davynn in a bridal carry.
Okay, this is also fine.
Can we get a move on? We actually wanted to speak with Sakri Delred here.
Only once felt with this man lets go of my hand.
Lily is now going to ignore them and move forward to speak with Sakri.
Well, she's still kind of in her cell because these two are in the hall blocking her way, which is
Holding
fine.
hands.
She clearly finds it amusing. Yeah. Oh, good.
hello.
Another one. Hello.
Yes, my name is Liliscea. Pleasure.
Mm.
We're actually on a mission. She's gonna go sniff the ship for sandwich meat.
Okay,
took some
what's the big
real
deal about this?
negotiation.
What is the big deal about this sandwich? Honestly, I keep hearing about it, but why does it matter?
Well, Vale was supposed to deliver the sandwich to the captain, but shared half with her. She fell asleep, and then he's going to turn around to Sakri, kind of inquisitively, and like, and then you said Vale came back and was upset that you ate half the sandwich?
Yeah, he didn't like it.
So first he shared it with you, you fell asleep, and then he came back and blamed you for eating the sandwich.
Yeah, he
so
was
what's
very upset.
what's the and speaking directly to Sakri, what was the big deal with the sandwich?
It was amazing.
Okay,
It tasted so good.
and that's special because
Oh, it's the only thing that's tasted good my entire time on the ship. I don't know why you were fixated on it. I was happy for a good lunch.
Poke my head around. So this is the 100 platinum lady.
apparently.
Is that what it is? She immediately brightens up. 100 platinum? That's impressive.
Okay, so some of my compatriots mentioned something about the smell and how you fell asleep immediately after eating the sandwich.
It
Since
wasn't
apparently this is a big deal.
Immediately. It was kind of quick, though.
Lily,
I'm
do
fa-
you still have that broken glass?
I do. I don't know if it still has a smell on it because it's been in water, but sure. Pop
Oh.
open the vial, hand it to her that has the glass in it. Do you smell anything from that?
From the glass? No. It's pretty.
Do you recognize that as something in your like potion bottle in your lot that got taken
Oh.
away from you?
I don't use potions. Potions are cheating.
Yes, well, I'm
Ah.
concerned that that sandwich was laced with a sleeping draught.
That wouldn't work.
Are you
Why
sure?
not?
Oh, I'm sure. I have a hardy constitution.
That makes me consider something else.
Wait a second. And I take out a bottle of quote "fuck you paralysis" potion,
Oh my god.
and I waft it like in her direction and say, "Does this smell good?"
No, that sounds awful.
Okay,
Okay.
moving on from the
Put it back
sandwich,
up and put
because
it away.
there's probably something going on there that's odd and weird, but whatever.
Oh, also, the chef said he didn't make a sandwich today except for Xylund.
Which means Vale made it himself, and he made it probably specifically for her, and possibly the captain.
I don't think Val made that sandwich. It was really good.
Yes, well, honestly, Vale is probably the most suspicious one right now.
Oh, I
I'm
don't
just
disagree with
saying.
you. I'm just saying.
I want to wonder.
Speaking of which, where is Vale?
Up in the captain's quarters, he caught myself
Alone?
and Davynn.
Contaminating the crime scene?
No, with what's his face, the dark one.
Oh, his special friend, the elf. That makes sense.
Special
I think that's
friend?
racist.
Why does that
Calling
make
him the
sense?
dark one?
Best of friends.
What do you mean by
Well,
that?
I mean exactly what I said.
Well, they have been on the ship the longest together.
We've
Mhm.
also gotten just about everything we can from the captain's quarters, at the moment, at least. But, tell me, do you know any magic, personally?
That's a very personal question. You trying to get me killed?
No.
She just kind of laughs. I'm just joking. I don't care. A little bit here and there, sideways. You know, you learn things, you do things. It's not a big deal.
Do you know what everything in Lot 157 does and is capable of?
I don't know what Lot 157 is.
It's your equipment.
Apparently-
Then yes.
Apparently, some oddly named person, Lord Maggot,
Ugh,
collects it.
really? That bastard.
Is there anything in that lot that can either cause spatial displacement or disintegration? Or is that anything in your repertoire?
Just kind of shrugs. Do you have collateral?
Listen, we can get you down to your stuff. We just
Can
would like
you?
to.
Because if you could get me my stuff, I could show you everything that's in there and how to use it.
honestly, I just really would like to solve this mystery. I'm not accusing you.
Well, that's good. I didn't do it.
However, it could be something within that lot is what did it. I believe it's probably something magical that killed the captain. I personally don't even care about this captain. I don't even know why we care. It's just an interesting mystery for me. So, I
You seem like
personally don't
someone
have.
who's deeply unhappy with your job. Have you considered changing careers?
I don't have a career. I was kind of shanghaied into this when the rest of the party joined.
You should really ask for collateral
I was-
before you start these sorts
Wait,
of
actually, Lily,
things.
is that how you feel about it? Because we can revisit whether or not you need to come along for some of these adventures.
Oh no, you all stumble. We'll talk
Yeah.
about this later. Matter at hand is this is a very fascinating mystery,
You don't
and
sound
I would.
fascinated, frankly.
Oh, believe me, I am. Especially considering the sheer difficulty of it.
Well,
So,
my shoes are getting increasingly wet, so we're going to do this. Can we
I
do this?
use. Can I do this?
Prestidigitate.
She's standing in
Nah.
water.
Yeah, I'm standing, or yeah, you're all standing in at least a little bit of water.
I use shape water to move as much of the water out of the room as possible.
It's just gonna go in the hall, like it's a closed circuit. But okay. Well, now I'm comfortable here, but I'm not staying here. You got 30 seconds.
All right, let me go get the keys from Vale.
That would be great.
Do
I
you
would
think he's going to give you the
appreciate that.
keys?
I can talk
I
to
need-
him.
No,
Maybe you shouldn't, but we can talk to him.
we can
I'm-
get him to give us the keys.
Oh,
I'm fairly sure he's the one who did this.
Yeah, it
Mhm.
sounds like.
That's kind of rushing to conclusions, but yeah,
Well,
he's the-
it-
His
it-
story doesn't add up.
I mean, honestly, he's my prime suspect simply because he, like you said, he felt well enough to collect the captain's lunch, but not well enough to deliver it. So that is a period
And
of time that
there was no sandwich made by. the chef.
it's also a period of time that he is accounted for. Nobody else saw him,
Mhm.
according to what you said. Additionally, the captain was murdered after lunch. Elgin said he was still alive when he delivered the lunch and when he delivered the ledger,
Mhm.
the one on recent acquisitions. And he seems very, very keen to blame Miss Delrot here.
occupational hazard.
What is your occupation, actually?
Today,
you don't
it
mind me
is
asking.
being bloodhound, apparently. Sniffing things out and watching HR disputes.
What do you do normally, though?
What is normal when you think about it? And then she just stops and laughs. I play and perform.
And burgle on the side.
That's rude. It's not on the side.
Fair enough. Does anybody else have any questions? Because otherwise, I'd really like to see what's in the hold.
Me
That's what
too.
Yeah, I want to do that too.
Let's go get.
We should
It would
get her
probably be
to-
better to not let Vale know that we're taking her down with us until we actually get there and the door's open.
This might be foolish, but I currently trust her more than I trust anyone else on the ship.
Well,
You're not.
I
Mm,
might be able to get into the hold without Vale.
We could try.
Me of being a burglar.
Actually, why don't you get us into the hold?
We can get
I
ourselves
told you
into
I
the hold.
can't.
Look, I can get us in, depending on what the material the hold door is made out of.
Oh, that sucker's enchanted to high heaven.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm. Massive
Yep.
blocks, cold iron. No getting in.
Well, luckily, I might be able to dispel that magic.
What about
Oh,
what
fancy
about
lad.
the areas around the hold? Is there any space, perhaps below or above it, that we can access?
Not really.
I just need something that's not the door.
Well, I mean, there's walls on either side of the door. Like you can try, but as far as above or below, no. Below would be water, and above would be the rest of the ship.
Mm.
It's up to you guys.
Are the walls on either side also made of cold iron and highly enchanted?
There would that you can see. Zachary seems to think they're enchanted as well, or in some other way difficult to go through.
Okay, well, if nobody else has anything, shall we head to the hold and see if we can get ourselves in?
Sure.
Yes, this is definitely a good idea.
Let's do it.
Before we do it, I have one last thing I want to bring up.
Yes.
I want my hand back.
I think Sid actually stepped away.
Then it's probably pretty easy to take his hand
Yeah, I
back.
was gonna say, I think you win that contested roll there. You're able to wrench your hand away as you all tromp down through the
I
water.
figured worst comes to worst, I'll animate my shadow, and then he can hold the shadow's hand and not realize he's not holding Hildreth's hand.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
Okay, so heading to the hold.
Heading to the hold.
Mhm. Yeah. Once we get there, I set Davynn down.
Got your butt carried.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
check the.
That was that was amazing.
I'd like to check the walls on either side of the door.
Check for what?
Basically anything that indicates enchantment, or anything that would give me some difficulties with what I'm gonna try.
I don't know what you're gonna try, so.
Like, I don't
pass.
want to just waste a spell slot if it's not gonna work, so I'd like to have some indication if it's not gonna work prior to.
Punishment. Feet. No instability. Okay.
Nex has been wanting to use this for months.
He's already used password like 8 times. You
used
guys
it-
were at
I only used it once,
Man.
actually, in the entirety. Like, someone else may have, but I only used it once when we were at the manor. The not Featherstone, but the one next to it.
Yeah, you guys were at analysis matter.
Mm-hmm.
Through the hole in the wall. No, it is enchanted.
And I'm guessing it would block this kind of stuff.
It is specifically designed to stop any sort of transmutation, specifically transmutation and teleportation.
Right. I can try to bust it, break it, or break the enchantment, dispel it, rather.
Looking at the enchantment, does it look like there's any alarm attached to it? I can roll for it if I need to.
Well, there's not really any visual indication. I'm gonna give you that more as a courtesy than anything.
Okay.
Just so you don't waste the spell slot, honestly. But yeah, you can't see the spell that's inscribed. So it's probably
Okay.
down on the other side of the wall. And dispel.
Do I need to roll?
You will need
Take a
to roll,
verdict.
sir.
Take a verdict.
Okay.
I mean, I really don't want to use knock again because that'll just bring him down here this time.
Oh God. Okay.
You want me to
Roll
take
your
a shot at this?
Well,
I
let
don't
me
think the Bardic's
let me-
saving that.
let me try. I still have +5 to add to it.
Okay.
It's 1d10, right?
Yeah.
Hey!
That's 16 right
That's
there.
16.
Wow. That will break it.
Okay.
Thank you, Lana.
Yeah.
And when he does it, I will cast. I will reach into my pouch of goodies, pull out some sesame seeds, and kind of throw them while chanting, "Open sesame," as I do, and the sesame seeds form a door.
Alrighty, so you've created your pass wall into the hold.
All right, everyone, through. It won't last very long. Well, it'll last an hour, but I'd rather not leave this door here.
Or we can unlock it from the other side as well.
You hope.
Well, let's not take that chance.
So
All right, what was the lot again, Lily?
157.
Sorry.
Since most of the things there are probably magical, if somebody wouldn't mind using a spell to detect magic, we'd probably find it pretty easily.
Hi, I can do that.
Question.
Everyone except Lily can do that.
Can we actually get a description before we start barging through? Like, how cluttered is this place?
I've been trying. I've been trying.
Yeah, no, I was realizing that we were getting ahead of ourselves and we didn't get a description of the hold at all.
It's okay. It's okay. You guys are fine. Yeah, the hold is clearly meticulously organized, but that organization has been absolutely disrupted. Hi, Xylund. Welcome back. You guys have pass-walled into the hole after breaking an enchantment. So you are now entering. The normal high organization of the hold is interrupted by crates in the center having been knocked over. Again, there is quite a bit of water here that is now escaping outside the pass wall. The water here is pretty deep. It was easily 3 or 4 foot before the wall opened. So now all that water is cascading out into the hall, which means that quite a bit of the boxes and things in here were waterlogged. There are multiple boxes that have been broken, particularly in the center of the room, and there's odds and sods floating everywhere. Things that were inside the boxes, stuff that's clearly detritus from the boxes themselves. Yeah, it's a little hodgepodge in here at the moment. It's also completely dark. So obviously those of you with dark vision are fine. Those of you without, there is enough light from the outside sconce coming through the pass wall that you've got very dim light. But the hold is also fairly large, so as you get back towards the further walls, it will be harder to see without a light source. But yeah, everything in here is kind of a big floaty jumble.
Which Kern was kind enough to provide said light source.
Of course.
All right. Davynn is working on the detect magic ritual.
Which, I mean, just pings a good, probably 50% of the hold.
So
There's
half the hold is magic.
Quite a bit of magical energy down here. Some of it is coming directly from the door. Some of it is, this sort of moving around, floating around. So it's probably objects. Some are stationary and under the water.
I've got a setting question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So magical casting is no good in most places. Magical artifacts, are those also considered contraband in a lot of places?
Honestly, it depends on what it is. There is a very, as you've noticed, a very strong line between divine magic and arcane magic. So folks who, it's kind of like people who collect firearms now. You know, there are people that are very strongly against it, and then there are people who are like, oh, he's just a collector, he's not dangerous. So it's kind of that same thing. Magical artifacts on the whole, particularly arcane ones, are considered dangerous, but there are people who collect them, either for academic purposes or because they can afford it, honestly. And it depends on what part of the world you're in. People do view it differently regionally. So in a case like this is probably somebody's collection that got lifted, especially given the amount of the bounty that's been placed on not only Zachary, but the items from what you could see. So this is clearly somebody with a lot of money to burn.
Yeah, if over if over half is magical, and Vale said that the majority of it is lot 157, then lot 157 is fairly big. Well, this is troublesome. How did you manage to carry all of this?
It's all very small. She's wading into the center of the room, starts tearing through boxes, throwing stuff over her shoulder, kicking open crates.
Any particular reason why you stole this from Lord Maggot's collection in particular, or just because he had it and you wanted it?
Well, you know, girl's got to make a new life, need a little money to get started, for one. She seems to find something that she likes, pockets it. And because he's an arsehole and I don't care for him.
I mean, honestly, his name kind of rhymes with maggot.
You keep saying that. Trust me, it is not the worst thing about him. Kicks over a few more boxes. Oh, an insufferable prick. Ugh.
Can we try to find like a potions box that would that might? So my intention is to like look around, see if there's like a potions box with like one vial missing or something in there.
Yeah, you guys are welcome to investigate.
Or one that has that green glass kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to roll investigation. Yes, touch everything.
I would like to help somebody roll investigation who isn't at a -1.
Lana's just touching stuff.
I'm pretty sure I got it. I feel like that's good.
All right, so everyone's sort of splitting up, and I mean the hold is large enough, certainly, that you guys could easily take your own corners, and everyone started to go through because there's quite a bit of stuff in here, and with the water and everything, it's all scattered around. Zachary is sort of doing her own thing as well. Thing that she likes.
Hildreth, you keep an eye on her, so he's going to be following her around.
Okay.
I'd like to split my investigation / search for the between looking for the potions like Kern is, or anything that has that green glass at all, and just magical artifacts in general. Especially ones that I can discern their use.
Okay. So you guys are checking things out. During the course of your investigation, Hildreth, as you watch Zachary, she does pocket a few small items. None of them seem to be bigger than the palm of her hand. And then eventually she comes upon a box within a box that she has kicked open. And inside there is a... All right, Xylund is watching.
Which is fucking perfect, actually.
She pulls out a case, flips it open, and pulls out a fairly ornate rapier, which she seems ecstatic to have found. As the rest of you pull through other things, you don't find much in the way of potions or potion boxes or anything like that. Lily, you do find green glass, but it is once again shards of green glass that have floated to the bottom.
Son of a bitch! Also in water.
Yes, also in water. They floated to the bottom. There are also bits and bobs that have floated to the bottom with it. One of them looks like a weird sort of curved piece of leather with heavier leather underneath. That looks like I don't know, just could be the toe of a boot or the heel of a boot. That's kind of out of place, floating around in here. You also managed to find what looks to be the upper portion of 8 little fingers floating around.
Okay, was the captain missing a boot?
No. It was
Okay.
fully clothed.
The boot, does it look like it would fit Vale?
Well, again, it just looks like the toe. Like it's so you're talking, the 2 or 3 inches of the toe or the heel of the boot. So it's difficult to tell in terms of size, and it's been waterlogged for so long. It's kind of difficult to tell even the quality of the leather.
Is there
on the
half of
captain's
a
fingertips.
Is there what?
is there half of a inkwell as well down here?
Did you? Oh well, Lily rolled a 29. Yes, there is the other half of the inkwell floating here. Hildreth, as you continue to follow and monitor Zachary, she does come up with a few other things that appear to be hers, or at least things that she's claiming. She gets a leather doublet from a box. It's a little damp, but she puts it on. And a few other things that seem to be personal effects. Lana, as you go around and touch everything, make a perception check for me.
I hope you wash your hands after all that.
Okay. Lana, you've noticed that while the water is running out of the room, and it's running out of the room at a pretty good clip, the overall level is not falling as quickly as you think it should.
Huh. Can I try to follow, since it's flowing out, can I try to follow it back to the source?
Yep, absolutely. You can definitely hear the echo of incoming water, which is all the way in the back, sort of obscured by a big clump of boxes. And back there is a little bolt hole that somebody has made for themselves, a little fortress of boxes that have been scattered slightly, which allows you to find this hole to the outside. And there is a lantern that's been overturned and half smashed and wedged into the hole, into half the hole itself. It's one of the rather than the type that hangs from a hook, it's an old signaling lantern with colored glass, intact colored glass.
I'll take that and call our local carpenters over here.
Is the glass glass? Does it look like green?
No,
might have been
it's
there?
all intact. None of it is green. There's a red lens and what looks like a yellow tinged lens.
Okay. As she's calling the carpenters over, I'm gonna call out that I found the captain's fingertips and the inkwell. I'm starting to think that my theory on spatial displacement was accurate. Did anyone find his head? Gonna look for his head.
And Zachary catches something with the tip of the rapier she's been playing with and flips it towards the group, where it lands on a bit of floating box. It is the upper part of an ear, a little bit of scalp, and what looks like some very, very damp, bedraggled white hair.
Well, found part of the captain's head. Well done. Thank you,
Did he have
Zachary.
white hair?
You guys never got a
We
description.
don't know that.
I was asking Zachary.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Okay, so maybe he tried to teleport to the hold?
Well, I don't know if he tried. It's possible. It could also be a forced teleportation. That's a valid method of execution these days.
Is it?
Maybe he was just investigating her things, and one of them went off in his hands and fucking.
We need to
cut his
find
head
out
off.
who has a boot that is injured. That's not injured, but like messed up.
Zachary pitches a fit. I'll tell you who's got a boot that's messed up. And she throws a boot to the center of the room. I'm missing a boot. So this is going to come out of whomever is paying me.
Okay. Can I take a good look at the boot and try to memorize like the style of it and make like essentially be like, okay, this is what it looks like. Its pair should look something very similar to it.
Yes. It's not especially remarkable. It is decent quality though. As is most of the gear that she's pulling so far. It is a good quality. It's obviously very waterlogged. But it's got a very solid heel to it. It's kind of light color. The material is very soft. It doesn't look it because it's so waterlogged, but when you actually touch it, it's actually quite soft. It's closer to suede than leather.
Okay. So suede boots. Blue suede boots.
10 suede boots that are now dark brown because of the water.
So we got to find this other boot on somebody with mismatching boots.
So
Well, they could
continuing
just have a
to- Go ahead.
spare set of boots. Who's checking out the hole that Lana found?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's
I'm
a
the
hole over
carpenter.
here. And a neat little lantern.
I'm the carpenter. Sorry.
And the boxes were
Right.
apparently arranged in some kind of fortification.
Mm-hmm.
They actually have been messily. And Kern, you can roll perception when you arrive as well.
How big is this hole again?
It's what I do.
It's
Is it
not
big
a very
enough for a
big-
person?
No. It's barely big enough for the lantern.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Kern rolled better. Well, between you and Lana, anyway.
Yeah, the 17.
There
She's helping me out.
clearly. There is, unlike every other place that you guys have found so far, there is blood evidence in this little hole that's been protected from the water. It looks like somebody might have it's higher up at hole height as opposed to on the ground, which is how it survived. But it's just sort of a smear that's dragged along the wall. It doesn't have a defined shape to it. But as you sort of dig around the area, Lana, you find what appears to be a big toe that has been wedged.
Like the
Into
whole
that.
toe?
Yeah, like a big toe. At the very least, the top, top
So-
knuckle of it.
So the thing is with this. So whoever had their toe taken off, it's probably
their toe
bleeding out, right?
Not necessarily, considering the captain's wounds.
True, but
Is the hole jagged like it was done with an impact, or is it smooth as if it was cut?
No, it looks like it was done with an impact. Looks like someone took the head of a hammer and just slammed it through. It probably took him a while, but
wait a second.
yeah.
Wait. Something just occurred to me. Bill said he was sick, right?
Yeah.
They have a cleric on board who can do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Norwell didn't even say that Vale came to visit him or to see what was up.
Nope. Sure didn't.
Vale's also the only one who can get in the hold, according to him.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying Vale we're probably pretty sure is guilty, but Norwell is probably an accomplice as well.
Can you cure? Personally, you, Kern, as a cleric, can you cure a head cold?
Oh yeah, I could do that when I was 1.5 times my potential, 1.5 out of 10 of my potential.
Oh my god.
And I already asked Norwell this, but he said he was a 5 out of 10.
Second question: is it possible to have a cleric who does not have any aptitude for healing, or rather, no interest in it?
I mean,
Is
it's
he
a
also the ship's
possibility,
doctor?
But as I don't know, it'd always be good to have a backup thing. Have you met Gale? Yeah. I mean, I've got to ask Eileen for these spells every day, and I always have something to keep you guys patched up.
True, but we're also not a cargo ship.
Yeah, but scurvy. That's a thing that happens.
That's a good point. And apparently the supplies are running low, so probably no oranges
Yeah.
or other limes.
I just don't see why, if you were feeling bad, you wouldn't at least go talk to the cleric, even if they're like, sorry, I didn't have anything prepared for the day.
Well, I mean, like I said, I've been
Bravado?
suspecting Vale for a while now. Plus, there is the whole thing that Davynn told me about, where Vale possibly had dalliances with the captain's wife.
Oh,
some
yeah.
kind of disagreement with the captain, at least.
Mm-hmm.
That's motive.
Oh.
Additionally, when we first arrived and we asked if he was willing to make a statement, we didn't demand he make a statement. We asked him to, and he said, "This is my ship now,"
I am
and
the captain
basically
now.
started acting very brash and blustery, almost as if he was, no longer grieving.
Yeah. I mean, sea folk see Volk take loss in different ways. I wouldn't attribute too much to him, like getting back to his job to process the death of the captain.
Well, not even.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the fact that he got back to his job. Like Xylund said, he needed to stay strong. He was
Mhm.
the skipper or whoever does the first mate. I don't know, but regardless, it was the way he said it. He said, "This is my ship now," even though we didn't tell him to do anything. We just asked him if he was willing to do something.
I mean, he is the first mate. That's kind of how it goes. Like, if I die, you're in charge, Lily.
what's
That's a
her?
terrible decision. Awful, but thank you. I nominate Davynn as the new first mate.
Okay.
Wait, why
fine.
me?
Because regardless of your naivety, you at the very least have a keen head on your shoulder, clear
I'm
tactical
naive.
mind, clear tactical mind, and a good heart. So
I look to see if our lady friend is still in here with us, or if she's snuck out at this point.
Xylund walking
Sacri's
past
looting. She's totally looting. Yeah, she can't
She's
get past Xylund, so she's just taking the opportunity to loot the cargo hold.
Hildreth
is fine.
promised he'd keep an eye on her too, so I think, yeah, she's got 2 people keeping a whole bunch of different eyes on her.
and 7 ghosts. Okay,
There's the one eye in Hildreth's head, the butterfly eye that's also in his head, the eye that she's holding, the 2 eyes on the dog, the 2 eyes on the shadow, and the 2 eyes on the ghost. That's the final count.
so but moving on, he also picked up the captain's lunch.
Yeah.
Told Elgin to take it to him, and then apparently at around the same time gave a sandwich to Sakri, one that possibly, very probably, knocked her out shortly after, whether it be a potion or not, regardless of. And then later came back and started yelling at her and chaining her up. That sounds like
Pathetic.
framing to me.
Oh. I like my answer better.
Yeah.
What was your answer?
A fetish.
I mean, could be both.
I'm just saying.
One does not exclude the other.
Okay. Well,
So are you gonna lock him up? You gonna put him in the hold? You can put him in my room.
we'll see. We'll see what we do with that. We need
What?
to figure out.
No. If you think he did it, you should arrest him immediately. That's
Well,
a
we
dereliction of duty.
That's not
we need
actually.
proof, and I mean, there's also the
Well-
possibility that we might just end up having to kill him anyways.
All the
Okay,
evidence.
well,
You seem
That's
very
fine too.
eager to arrest this guy.
You're the one who just spent 15 minutes discussing why it was what you wanted to do. I'm simply trying to give you encouragement as to perhaps what you feel in your heart.
I'm just saying, that's pretty
That's what
sus.
you do.
That is possibly the largest load of shit I've ever heard in my life, and I
Wow,
have to
you
listen.
need to stick around because it just gets better after that.
Regard-
You're the ones who want to arrest him
No, we never said anything about arrest.
or
All the
kill.
evidence right now is circumstantial, pointing to a possible,
Oh my
probable.
gosh.
We'll deal with it when we know that we're for sure that he's the one.
He's gonna be
He will not-
retired.
I want to roll an insight check on this girl.
Okay, good luck.
She seems really She seems really, really eager for this to happen. And it
Yeah.
could just be some kind of like sadism or revenge or just stirring up trouble, but I don't know if she doesn't know something that we don't.
I shall roll. She generally seems to be enjoying the show.
Yeah, so she's just stirring the pot because she is entertained by it.
That's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
Regardless, we need conclusive evidence, not circumstantial evidence. It doesn't.
Do you though?
Yes.
Oh.
If we can find your boot, I feel like we can pressure. whoever has
If you
the boot
could
into-
find my
okay.
boot, that'd be great. That was a good boot. These boots are shit.
Wait, what boots? Did she like find another pair of boots?
Well, she's been wearing boots, but her boots are terrible. She was trying to find her boots
Gotcha.
in the stuff, and she only found one of them.
Does the
Alright.
one match the toe of the boot that we found?
It's kind of hard to say. Yeah, not really. It seems bigger,
Well, yeah, it
but
might
it
just
could be the water.
Yeah, and
yeah,
it might
it's-
be It might be that they came down to find a replacement boot as well.
Well, does the style and material somewhat match?
No. They're completely
So,
different.
not her boot.
Alright,
Not her boot.
let's go up. Try to find this boot person. Suspect.
Are we gonna shake her down before we leave, or are we just gonna let her carry everything?
I
Now
mean,
that's not necessary.
Honestly, I don't
I'm kind of
actually...
interested in what she picked up, actually.
I mean,
Come
I'm
on.
interested, but I don't actually care about her much. Sorry, not
Yeah,
anything against you.
no.
It's just,
No, I'm insignificant. Please just carry on.
well,
about your
I highly
important
doubt
work.
You have an
that.
armful of magical crap.
Well, that's every day though. That's
all I'm saying is, my personal opinion is, I don't really care what she does. I mean, sure, she's got a bounty on her, but meh.
exactly.
I'm not really
yeah,
big on aristocracy to begin with.
Me
Yeah.
either.
So you're just gonna let her leap the hell out of the hold while we're still trying to be remotely friendly with these folks?
I
Well,
think
I
that we
mean,
should
it's
examine
not my
everything
decision.
taken
This
in
is
case of
my
evidence.
stuff.
how
This
the
is my stuff. This is all mine. I'm only taking my stuff.
Look, Kern's in charge.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, Kern's in...
I'm only. I swear on. I don't know. Pick something. This is all my stuff.
Somehow you not being able to swear on something does not give me confidence that you're telling me.
I'm a poor backwards girl that didn't have no church education, sir. Please
I
forgive
would like
me.
to step in here and take sides. I wholeheartedly believe she is only taking what is hers.
See?
However,
Lily-
I also
Lily-
know that she considers anything she can pick up hers. So I suggest we look at whatever she's taken. If any of it's evidence, we should confiscate it. And
No,
anything
none of
else
it's
is
evidence.
Yeah,
left for her.
I have no
to take.
problem letting her keep stuff.
I
Yeah.
abstain from the vote. I also vote that Kern's in charge. So
I think
Is-
this is a silly vote. I think we should just have everything that she picked up get put back.
No, it's my stuff.
We can revisit that.
You're just
How
gonna
about
steal
this?
over yourselves. Like that's just
No.
selfish.
Now, these people on the ship deserve a wage. They've been working hard.
But that doesn't have to come from my stuff.
How about this? Keep what you have on there. You've picked up all the stuff that you need right now.
Well, some of it's missing, which I don't appreciate, and I will
Like
file
your
a formal
boots?
complaint.
Okay, all right. What are you missing? We do need a formal complaint.
It's an
formal
itemized
complaint.
list.
Yes, itemized. She's all about it. Itemized list. I'm missing my other boot. I'm missing
One second,
my
let me get it.
hat.
Oh,
I'm missing my cool hat with a feather, which I'm very upset about.
It was
I
a
am
peacock
missing-
feather.
It was. Those are rare. Expensive. Hard to
wait a second.
find. I'm missing. Okay, got my rapier. Missing my shalm. I can't
Shalm.
earn a living without it. Clearly, that's gone. I'm missing. Okay, no wait, I have that. She's like checking her pockets. Got that. All right. I'm missing. Oh, I'm missing my green thing.
Green thing?
Very
Yeah.
specific.
Well, it looked like. It looked like a gem. Clear green. Like the
Glass
thing
light
you
green?
had me smell. Yeah, like that color.
Oh, that got shattered.
What? That
What
was...
is your green thing exactly?
What did it do?
Was?
I'm not sure, but with the level of protection that it had, it was probably worth quite a bit.
So either it breaks upon use, or it was broken and caused a magical backlash, or it was broken after the fact because it was evidence. It could be any number of things.
Well, it was working when I had it. I know that.
What did it
Can
do?
identify work on broken magical artifacts? Like, can it tell you what it did?
Only if it's still magical.
Is it
Wait.
magical?
Well, when
No.
Davynn did his detect magic, it didn't ping. Probably. Maybe?
You
Pretty
guys
sure it
tried.
didn't.
Yeah, Lily tried identify on the green bit, and it didn't I didn't come up with anything. It doesn't ping magic anymore. It's just green glass.
Well, that is shattered beyond belief, and I'm starting to wonder, considering we found bits of it down here and bits of it in the captain's quarters, and in the same box that had the bits of the green glass, we found the captain's fingers and a bit of a boot, and apparently a toe and some of his head, thinking that it's the cause of this whole thing.
How about this? We go upstairs, we find who has the missing boot. Hildreth, you do your mind thingamabobber on them.
I can help with that.
Okay, you too, yeah.
What mind thing are you
The detect
referring
thought
to?
stuff.
Oh. That will only work on one individual at a time, and I can't do it often, nor does it last long.
Yeah. No, but like once we find the person with the boot, we just press them hard to figure out what happened.
You can only do
Because
one mind thing
regardless
at a
whether
time.
they were the killer or not, they were there.
That makes all the sense.
So we need to search the crew quarters.
Well, we call everybody up again.
Was anybody limping? Anybody at all? I mean,
wasn't paying
this is a
attention to
big
that.
this is a big toe here. That is a very crucial toe for balance. If you don't have one, you have to essentially walk on your heel in order to walk at all.
I didn't see anybody who was limping, Kern.
Yeah. And yeah, I didn't see anybody, but we can always check when we call everybody up.
Well, also Norwell or whatever his name is could have healed them.
Well, he's only 5/10 of the way, and you don't get it until you're 6.5 out of 10 to the way to your potential.
Yes, but I mean, he probably gave you an estimation. And second off, who's to say he was being truthful?
I mean, I don't know.
All right. So what's our next step?
We need to find anybody. Like, if somebody's missing a toe, that's a pretty clear indication of culpability.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
that's
think
the
that
case.
as we interrogate the people in the mess hall, another group of us go and investigate the crew quarters to look for anything suspicious that
Like
may have
blood.
been tried to be hidden, just like blood.
Or a boot that's missing a toe.
Sure. Yeah. We can do that.
I am, once again, horrible with people. So I vote that I join whatever group is investigating.
Okay.
Because investigating is something that I'm quite good at.
And we should also have somebody up in the crew quarters that has detect magic.
I will
do
get
that.
it
I'm
next.
a people person.
Okay.
That's actually a very good point, though.
No, he's not wrong. I'm enjoying the trolling. I find it amusing.
But that's an actual thing, though. Like, you can replace your big toe with a wooden toe and walk normally.
Oh, are you talking about Xylund? Yes, you can. They are
Yeah.
pirates.
All right.
All right.
Let's
So who's
go.
going to be on crew duty and who's going to be on quarters duty?
Duty.
Duty.
Well, I imagine Kern with his super insight and maybe somebody is going to be on interrogation duty.
I'll
if-
go with Kern in case we need to zone of truth somebody.
I'll
Okay.
take searching then.
And Lily is going to go searching because she's great at investigation and only kind of decent at insight.
Davynn?
I think
Are
I'm
you-
going to the crew.
For detect magic? Or
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. Hildreth?
Kern kind of already put him on crew detail, or actually interrogating people.
Oh,
so he's
that's
probably going
right.
to do that.
Okay.
And
Okay. I mean, I
Sack-
can go do the investigation instead if one of y'all has detect magic.
Everyone
I
has
do.
detect magic.
I do have. I
Alright,
think.
then I guess I'll go for investigation.
Okay.
Well, and Sakuri, just because it would probably be inadvisable for the crew to see you, would you come with us, or are you doing something else?
Oh, well, I could. I could be doing many things.
That wasn't a question you're going with them.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys, she's just gonna steal all the crew's stuff. That's not gonna help matters.
She's
Yeah.
back there
Pick her up by
nodding
the ankles and take her.
enthusiastically.
Okay.
These guys don't have anything worth stealing. Please don't insult my taste.
Hey,
Taste
Xylund,
being
can I borrow your
magical.
dragon chest set so that I can, pass time?
All right. I want it back though.
You'll get it back. I say, turn over to Zachary. You'll get it back.
She just
Not worth
laughs.
anything, it's just a sentimental value.
Is
It's
it
also
still the
missing a
one
few
that has the
pieces.
chewed pieces?
Yeah.
It's missing pieces.
Speaking of wanting things back, we got you into the hold. I'd like
Yeah.
my eye back now.
I want my
Okay.
coin.
Okay. Take him. But I'm not going to the cruise quarters if I give him back.
All right,
You
new
weren't-
plan. How about I just stay here with her and watch her?
I don't need to be watched. I already
I
took
think
all the
she'll
good
be
stuff.
more helpful in other places.
Aw.
Besides, I'm the best at watching.
There is also a bounty out on
I
your
think he
head,
just
so
likes
as much as we would like to trust
Yeah,
you and seem like
well-
we want to trust you, it seems like also other people don't.
Well,
I
but if
have a
you're
suggestion.
gonna turn me in, I'm not gonna stick around.
I'm not going to turn you in.
Well, then why do you care what kind of bounty I have
We
on
don't
my
have
head?
any idea what she did.
Nope.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, what
We're
did
gonna
you
hit her
do?
and find out she
How
murdered 12
about-
people.
What is your suggestion, Hildreth?
My suggestion is we split up as we were going to do normally. As my spell cannot work for very long or on many people, we wait until we narrow down the subjects and then I deal with them. Until then,
Yes.
I stay here with her and help her find a boot.
Well,
It's
sounds
not gonna
good.
be as nice.
Okay.
And also, if we have multiple suspects, I can also do the same spells. So
Okay.
All right.
just give us
So-
a shout if you find anything worth finding. Either
I'm pretty
party.
sure this place is fine. This is all fine. This place is clear. You guys don't have to worry about this place.
So I want my
Yeah.
coin back is basically the point.
All right, but don't ask me for any more favors, sexual or otherwise.
You haven't done anything for us. You got all your stuff. We've done nothing but things for you. You have done nothing for us.
Are
That's
you
why
guys
I'm willing to
asking
give
her
it
for sexual
back.
favors?
Yes, it was very disturbing and awkward.
Xylund,
What?
no, don't.
She gives you your bird coin back, gives Hildreth his eye back. Sits down on a floating barrel and swings her feet. Okay, bye.
Don't let her
Alright.
chin you up, Eldred.
All right. Go upstairs.
All right, I'm going with whichever group she's in. Just to...
She's staying behind.
Okay. Who are we leaving her with again? I've lost track of the group.
Hildreth.
Oh, this will
Okay.
go well. Okay.
Yeah,
They're best friends
you
now.
can learn even more life lessons.
Yes.
I just need someone who can cast detect magic with me because I
Bye.
figured. All right.
Yeah,
let's go,
Davin's gonna go with you.
Kevin's going
okay.
with you.
Yeah.
All right. So
And I'm not going to be casting any more Nox, Davin. Last time was enough.
All right, fair enough.
We can do Passwall if we need to.
I was gonna say I could just break into things the old-fashioned way.
Oh, and by the way, you two, I don't know if you actually want to stay here because I'm taking the pass wall down. It's a bad idea to leave evidence of breaking and entering just lying around.
oh well, if you busted through that wall, they already know you did it.
Do
Oh.
they?
Probably. You ever been on a ship before?
No.
We have a ship.
Yes, but not thoroughly. I was in the laboratory the whole time. I actually.
Yeah, cannot be blamed for this.
Meanwhile, I'm getting the crew together.
All right.
Yeah, I'll
thank you,
follow
Kern.
Kern up.
All right. So you guys are headed out. Cruise quarters is heading to cruise quarters. You guys are heading to the mess hall. Mess hall crew.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has been contained. Vale is still in there. Sort of keeping an eye on everybody. No one has left. No one has moved.
And Norwell and
Yes.
Milligan?
Yes, Norwell and Elgin are both here as
Um,
well. Yep. Everyone is here that you left.
All right.
No one has moved.
I do the sort of like
Thank you for your patience, yada yada yada. We're still investigating. Unfortunately, we can't release details at this time. So, meanwhile, looking at like everybody's shoes.
Roll a perception, please. Kern.
All right, I will use this and burn my inspiration that I have left in there for this. Haha.
Hey, look at that. All right. So you can't quite see everybody's boots because obviously a lot of them are seated and it's long tables and long benches. So your vision is obscured for quite a bit. But most of the sailors are wearing pretty rough leather boots. Like these are not high quality gentlemen here. Now Vale has nice boots on. Very nice boots, actually. And his are beginning to dry, as are Elgin's and Norwell's, because they were pretty waterlogged before.
Right.
And they're starting to dry out a little bit. So with that perception check, it looks like Elgin's boots are 2 different colors.
What? Elgin?
One is a little darker than the other. It could just be the water, because he's not completely dry yet. His pants are still wet. But
all 3 of them
do seem a little off.
All right. Okay.
It was a mutiny.
Yeah, it was a fucking mutiny. Everybody hated the captain.
But everyone talks about how everybody loved the captain just so there'd be no suspects.
Yeah. All right.
Production. All right.
Okay.
So,
Well, I guess we'll ask Elgin to hang back under the pretense of like, hey, we just have a few more things to go about his bookkeeping since you're the one that was doing most of the running back and forth today.
oh, okay.
Okay. And we will take him away from Vale and Norwell.
Okay.
Probably down to the hold, actually, where everybody else is.
Okay. Give us your boots.
And
okay.
and we'll get him in there and just be like, so, Elgin, nice boots you got there.
Oh, thanks. I lost one in the shooting and everything.
Oh, did you?
I grabbed a random one that was floating by, so
Yeah.
someone's gonna be real pissed
Yeah.
when they figure out.
Yeah, I
lost
actually,
in a boot.
it's a little bit dusty and dirty. And I like go to like start taking the boot off of it.
Oh wait, is that right?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like yank it off and check his toe.
No! You're gonna knock this poor man on his behind. Don't worry, it's a sex thing.
No.
All right. I will go ahead and roll an athletics. Not that I think you're gonna have any trouble with him, but just for the sake of rolling, like he rolled a 12, so like there's no hopes here. So you do manage to get the boot off him. He doesn't fall completely on his butt. He does go sprawling into the side wall of the hole though. And his boot is very soft, even though it is still very damp. And the toe feels weird when you grab onto it. Like it still feels like there's toes in the toe of the boot.
Well, I yank it off. Obviously.
Yeah. And his sock, he's got stocking feet on, and his sock looks normal as far as you can tell, just a little damp. But he is definitely holding it up above the waterline.
Like, listen, do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Hard way. You stole my boot.
This isn't your boot.
True. Okay. Yeah. Not mine, but I mean,
Do you know this boot belongs to your bounty or the lady downstairs or in the hold? And if she finds out that you stole her boot, she's not going to be too happy.
Which would be a problem if she wasn't still tied up and gagged and shit. Right, Kern?
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, she doesn't have to know you're the one who took her boot. If you just tell us what happened to the captain.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Why did we find your toes in the hole?
My toe.
Yeah. Do you want me to take your... If I'm mistaken, take off your sock and prove us wrong.
I'll catch cold.
Take off your sock.
That's a weak reaper. That's a weak rejoinder. That was so weak. I'll catch cold.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Oh, that was art right there.
Do you know what the punishment for mutiny under Greylock 7 specialty code 715 is?
Ma'am.
No.
Oh, it's not pleasant.
It wasn't mutiny. I didn't kill the captain. I didn't. I promise.
Well, just tell us what happened.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's okay. My toe. It was my toe. I'm sorry, but it was my toe. I didn't mean to steal her boot either. Oh gosh, she's gonna kill me.
Just calm down and tell us what happened.
I went. Vale was sick or something, and he asked me to take Captain's food, and I did. And Captain asked for a couple of things, and I did that. And then the next thing I know, there's this bright flash of light, and yeah, that's all I know. I woke up in my room. I don't know what happened. My toe was gone. Yeah, and I thought, oh, I better check the hold, because if the skipper finds out there's anything missing, it'll be my fault. And so I went to the hold. That's probably how my toe got there, and that's where I grabbed her boot. But I didn't mean to grab her boot. If I'd known it was her boot, I never would have grabbed it.
Yeah. So, you say you just were in his quarter and something flashed.
Big green flash.
Yeah. Was there anybody else in the room with you when that happened?
No, just two of us.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course I'm sure.
Xylund, do we want to... Actually, I think at this point we're probably near Hildreth.
Yeah, you're close enough to Hildreth. He could hear you.
Yeah. What was he... Did you see what he was doing when there was a green flash?
No.
Listen, if there was anybody else involved in this, we need to know.
I don't know what happened. It might have been magic. It might have been Norwell. It might have been Vale. I don't know. I'm just the cabin boy. That's all.
Why are you saying Norwell and Vale?
Because they're the bigwigs, right? They got all the power.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you seen the things that he can make come out of the water? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I can do that and more.
He just looks absolutely terrified.
You woke up in your bed.
In my bed.
After the green flash. No recollection at all.
No.
Nothing like as you were fading out of consciousness.
No.
Yeah. If you're protecting somebody on the ship, we find out who it is, you're going to be complicit. Like right now, it's just an accident for you.
It was all an accident. Yeah, just like you said, all an accident.
Well, if we find out that it was more than that, all of a sudden you're complicit.
I don't know what that means.
It means you're responsible.
I'm not, though. Do you want to call Hildreth in at this point, or are you good? Or do you Xylund?
Okay. Well, Xylund only has like one use of the Zone of Truth. Do you want to use that Xylund now or
it
later?
Doesn't seem to make much sense. This guy didn't do it. I mean, I think he's telling the truth.
I still think he's trying to protect somebody, though. Like, I'm not
It's
sure.
up to you.
Okay. Hildreth, do you want to use a spell slot or no?
Hildreth can. There wouldn't be a problem with it, but he would be leaving Sakri alone in the hold.
Well, I'll go look at Sakri while you're doing this.
Okay.
All right, so you guys switch places. Hildreth comes forward to do his mind whammy. What are you gonna do, Hildreth?
Well, Hildreth is going to do what Hildreth does best.
And maybe
Yeah.
we might be able to pick up on stuff that he's like suppressed as well, potentially. I don't know.
Hildreth is going to sit down, or not sit down, but get right in front of this guy,
Oh,
All right.
and he's going to just like look real hard, and then turn his head and kind of slowly lean in with that big fake eye that Xylund just gave him.
yeah.
And because that eye gives me Charm Person for free, I'm going to use that instead.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
As soon as I find where I put my character sheet.
Okay.
Look at you using the tools at your disposal.
Yay. So, Charm Person.
There it
you
is.
go. Oof. Okay. Arju is a friendly acquaintance. So he relaxes a little in your presence.
Now that we're all such good friends here, you wouldn't mind telling Kern the true answers to all of his questions, right?
Well, I haven't got my cut yet, but if you want some, if you let me go, I can cut you in two.
It's not about the money. Money.
It's all about that though. It's you'll never make anything.
Actually, never mind. Ignore me. You're right. How much of a cut are we getting from it?
I don't know what my share is yet.
Well, who should we talk to talk about the share?
I don't know yet. Everything sort of went tits up, you know?
Yeah.
I'll have
But
to...
who's in charge of
maybe-
getting it up?
Well, the band, I guess, but they got sunk. Maybe if you take me with you, I can signal them from your ship instead. And
Oh shit.
then we can all get our cuts together, right?
Is there anybody else on the ship that is getting a cut here?
Just us. Just us. I promise.
Sneaky little son of a bitch! Trying to act all innocent and kitty.
And Signaling lantern.
I mean, I don't say all that. out
Right,
loud.
right, right. I know,
Oh my
I
god!
know. gotta
Um,
get
He
off the
had the
ship.
keys,
We
so
gotta
he
get-
could have gotten into the hold.
yeah.
gotta get to cargo, and we can get to your ship though, and they'll never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you? So was the thing with the captain a happy accident, or just?
Oh, it was an accident. I didn't mean for him to come in when he did. I didn't think he'd be there. And
What were you
don't-
doing?
I was getting the stuff, like I was supposed to, all of it. And I picked
Oh.
up this thing, and he came in, and I didn't know he could be so goddamn quiet. He snuck up on me, grabbed it, and it fell. And next thing I know, I'm in the hold.
Gotcha. Well, how did his body get up there?
He was in there. He was in his office.
Oh,
But he was leaning
Okay.
over me and grabbed me.
okay.
And
I
then-
thought he said that he was looking in the hold for some reason.
No, he's in his office. He was
Okay.
getting the loot, and the captain came in.
All
Grabbed
right.
him.
All right. Well, go grab your stuff, kiddo, and we'll take you onto our ship.
Really?
Thank you for being
Okay,
such a
are-
good friend.
Friend. Okay, great. I'll go get my stuff. I'll go get it right away.
Okay.
So he hightails it. Like he's that's it. He's going down the opposite hall, past the mess hall. You can hear his little shoes slapping the water.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, we will cut back very quickly to the investigative portion. So while this interrogation has been going on, we've got Davynn and Lily doing detect magic, excuse me, and sort of casting an eye over the quarters. Most of the crew sleeps in open bunks areas, so pretty easy to go through. They have private foot lockers, but they're very small. Nothing pings of magic at all. These are pretty simple folks.
I'm gonna look for blood in a torn boot, or well, not torn. I'm assuming it's gonna be the same kind of thing where the boot's like
Sliced.
got that clean cut.
Yeah. You don't find anything in the main sort of, hold, but there are two rooms that are segregated. One actually has a door, and the other just kind of has a curtain, but it is slightly segregated. Using detect magic, the room that is slightly segregated and has no lock, you do find very faint bits of magic, and it is surrounding a boot, sliced boot that has been shoved into a footlocker and shoved up against the wall.
Is there anybody around?
No, you've got everybody in the mess hall, so you've got the
Right.
run of the quarters.
Hmm.
Do you think this is Vale's quarters?
Well, I'm gonna look for some identifying documents and or letters or something along those lines.
Okay.
I'm-
Go ahead.
Take assistance. Oh, never mind.
Never
Question.
mind.
You said that there was a place with a door and a place with a curtain, or the place
Yeah.
with the door has a curtain?
No, there's two separate sort of wall offs. One has a physical door, and the other is just a little section of the hold that's got some flimsy walls and a curtain that separates it. But the other is like a proper cabin with a full door.
I'm assuming the one with the door is Vale's quarters. Who gets their own room? Do you know anything about how ships work? Who gets their own room besides the captain and the first mate, then?
I think it's those two. I don't know that much. Kern would know better.
Then who gets this?
The obvious solution is to break in.
I mean, walk in. It's open. It's not breaking and entering. It's just
yeah,
entering.
it's pretty much just walking in the doorway.
Right.
So with
I'm
your
going to assist, and I'm going to investigate, I guess, and Davynn's going to assist. Or
yeah, in
Or
theory.
do my best to.
Yes. So as you guys sort of dig around the quarters, there is a little bit of water in here, though not as much as some of the other areas of the ship. And the water has caused some of the boards in the floor to shrink, which makes it very easy to find the small bolt hole that has been pried up from just underneath the bed. And inside this little bolt hole, there's another little box. It is probably a tin box. It's a metallic box. And inside are a variety of, we'll refer to them as herbals. They're not potions per se, but there's
They're
bits of
drugs.
moss and mushrooms and other things, as well as a really, really crude knife and mortar and pestle.
Can I identify these plants?
Yeah, you can always roll nature. Yeah,
I was hoping to use my alchemist bit.
you can do that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna use alchemist. That's a plus 15, whereas nature's only a plus 5.
Okay, so you have to tinker with it a little bit, but
Mm-hmm.
they're very common, especially in southern Greylock, and they basically induce vomiting. They're medics.
Hold on. That's interesting. What are these? So these induce vomiting. Primarily. But what? Oh!
Poisonous sandwich?
No. Vale was sick. He wasn't feeling well. Did you see what
I don't think he did. No. Something like that, I guess.
This would not be the first quarter. First, the next the ship is going to get his own, right? But what if he needed to be sick for some reason? Get out of the way.
So you think that he was poisoned?
I mean, not feeling well and vomit. I mean, I don't understand why he was good, but
Well, hold on. Let me just test something real quick. I'm gonna take a sample of the plants and give it a taste test to see could this be is this the kind of thing you could dose somebody with without them noticing?
I mean, I could probably tell him that if I identified.
It's a mushroom. Thank you for the sending, Kern. I was about to ask you about that. Yeah, if you're gonna sample a little bit, the biggest component is mushrooms, so they don't taste revolting or anything. They don't actually taste that bad.
Okay, well that's possible. Also, hey Lily, do you know how to turn people invisible?
I do indeed.
Let's do that, because apparently we have a culprit heading our way. I like that guy.
Did you? He seemed a bit annoying.
So do I.
Okay, so I need to cast it at 3rd level to get both of us, and I have all my 3rd level spells. Awesome. So I pop invisibility.
Okay. And you hear the.
I pull. Oh wait. I just pull out the components, kind of like smear them all over Davynn's face, and then over mine, and then we just kind of fade from sight.
Okay. As you hear the foot slaps of Elgin come running up, goes into his room. He's moving pretty quickly. He seems to be fairly relaxed, probably the most relaxed you've seen him since you guys got on board.
Is he in the room that we're currently in?
Yeah, came right into the room. He pulls a sort of a rucksack from underneath his bed, and he doesn't seem to own much. And
1 second. I just want to double check. Damn it! They're both concentration.
He's not checking the footlocker that we just were poking around in, right?
He's going to. Just give him a second. His first target is his rucksack, but yeah, he's.
Who did Kern send the sending to? Specifically. Sid?
Maybe we lost it.
Sorry, I had my actual mic on mute.
That's okay.
No, either one. Like, I assume that you guys shared the information with each other.
Well,
Probably. Yeah.
second question. Can you respond to sending? Like, is it like message where you can respond to sending and...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and only you can hear the response?
Yes.
Well, if you sent it to me because you nominated me to be in charge if you died,
Sure.
I'm gonna reply. We're in his room with him now. He poisoned Vale. What should we do? That's only 14 words, so
I'll respond. Wait for him to get the evidence. Wait for him to pick up the evidence, and then take him.
Alright. Which is basically what he does. He ignores the busted boot and
hello.
pulls off a sock, casting off a bit of wadded. Looks like wadded cotton batting. Might have come from either a sail or a pillow. Throws it off to one side and puts his his sock back on before clamoring for the metal box, either not registering that it's not where he left it or just not caring.
Is there a rope in his room?
No, it's just a bed, a side table, and a candle, effectively, and then a few of his personal possessions. There's
What about
nothing...
a blanket?
Honestly, no. He's got a sheet. He's got a sheet and a
Okay.
pillow. That's about it.
That should do. As he's going for the evidence, I have a question for you. If I animate something like a sheet or blanket or rope using animate object, can I have it wrap someone up and immobilize them?
Show me the spell. Let's see. Creature under your control. It can only defend itself. Once given an order, continues to follow until the task is complete. So, I mean, I guess you could.
Because my only other thing would be to just levitate him. But this is kind of cooler.
Well, he's also like a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah. So when he's going for the footlocker with the drugs, is there any other evidence?
No, he doesn't own anything on box.
Okay. I'm going to animate anything flexible in the area, including his clothes, and have them like basically immobilize him.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, we can roll a check against that.
And the invisibility drops when it does. Basically, if there are 10 objects that are flexible enough to actually immobilize him, I'm going to do so.
Right.
If there's not, I mean, hell, actually, technically anything can be flexible enough to do so, depending on how the spell works. Since, like, a chair can suddenly start walking.
So he ends up sort of fighting with a sheet, fighting with his own clothes. Beats him back fairly effectively. He's not a super strong kid.
Davynn, could you knock him out, please?
Oh, okay. I didn't know we were doing this. Yes, I can. Grapple check.
There you go. I was gonna say. I will roll just in case, but he's not a big kid. Grapple check successful. So yeah,
Please
managed
tell
to
me
kill
him
this
being
kid.
distracted fighting all the cloth and stuff around him was helpful.
Well, he only rolled a 4. Like he's not super strong. He's just a baby. But yeah, grapple check successful. You have Elgin. You are under arrest. Yeah, you've caught your culprit. What would you like to do now?
Well, I'd like to ask him first, why he poisoned Vale to make him sick, why he did this, because Kern only just said he was the culprit. So I was like, why poison Vale?
I don't have to answer your questions. I don't have to talk to you at all. Kicking
Yeah,
and
you
fighting.
do. Look, kid, you had a good future ahead of you as a cabin boy, but you had to throw it all away.
I'm gonna initially see, so I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts while asking this because people usually think of the.
Well, yeah, he's just a baby. So you catch the surface thoughts, which is basically he was getting paid. He was getting paid. He was going to make some money, and he wouldn't have to work on the ship anymore. He didn't like working on the ship.
Who's
Like
your
it's
boss?
a very simplistic motive. He's 16. He didn't want to work on the ship. It sucked.
And why'd you poison Vale?
Didn't poison him. Of course, he's not telling you any of that. He's still arguing about how he doesn't have to answer your questions, and you're not his real dad. But
Then what are these mushrooms for? They induce
not
vomiting.
talking to you anymore. Let me go. Just let me go.
What does his surface thought say about the mushrooms?
Not much. Just that
I'm gonna dig
they're-
deeper.
Again, everything you already know, that they're just paralysis. They're just for medics. He can't stand up to Euro 6. Like, he's not a criminal mastermind by any stretch.
Yeah, and I also
basically
have a spell save of 18.
He just did. I mean, pretty much what the other team ferreted out of him, that he gave Vale a doctored sandwich so he would be out of the way for the afternoon. He'd get into the captain's quarters.
Which also is the reason why Sakri was knocked out. These mushrooms. And I wager if we brought them to her, she'd probably smell the same thing she smelled on the sandwich.
Probably
Alright,
the
well,
case. Well, case
let's-
closed. Except we still need
Case
to figure out
closed.
who you're working for, and we'll get
So,
it
like-
out of you.
So, like, the sandwich was legitimately important.
Yes, the sandwich was legitimately important.
So-
It was a clue.
So, actually, that is a good question. Who are you working for?
I don't know.
And what does the detect thoughts say on that?
Honestly, legitimately, he has no idea.
So he has no
was-
idea who paid him?
He was approached in a pub on their last layover. Was told how to signal and what to take.
What was
That
he
was
told
it.
to take?
Everything in lot 157. Basically, he was told to take all of Lord Maggot's property.
Well, that's interesting. Thank you for your cooperation there, Elgin. I'm sure the justice system will treat you fairly.
And by the justice system, we do mean your own crew members.
Of course,
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't particularly care one way or another. We solved the mystery, and that's all I really wanted to do. So, what, should we take him to Kern? Take him to the mess hall?
We'll take him to Kern. We'll take him to the rest of the group. We'll call everybody back together, and we'll just wrap this whole thing up.
And I want to get Sakura to smell these mushrooms. Well, we did kind of confirm that it was the green thing that he was holding. He dropped it. I'm gonna... Yeah. And then I want Sakura to smell these mushrooms, just to kind of close that last little... not
Okay.
really a loophole, but just a confirmation.
So you end up taking your newfound captive to Kern, / the mess
Still-
hall,
Yeah.
which I assume you guys are in agreement to turn him over to his skipper.
Yeah, we'll go take him to Vale and Norwal.
Before we do, I do want to be like, Sakuri, last thing I'm going to ask you to smell. Did these smell familiar to you?
She's in
And
the
I'm going to
hole.
hold out
She
the...
gives two shits. She's not even paying attention. She's being watched by Xylund in the hole.
I thought they were still in the hold initially before going.
No, they were. Well, they were close to it, but not within Sakuri distance. Otherwise,
Oh,
that
then
would have
I'm
been
gonna-
super scary.
Before we go,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her.
So you guys drop him off to Skipper Vale, Captain Vale.
Hang
now.
on. Could I just interject?
Sure.
Didn't this kid say he could signal his employer?
Yeah.
If you got him on your
Really?
ship, he could try to signal his employer.
Why are we
Yes.
handing him over to Vale then if we can use him to find out who arranged
I
all
mean,
this?
we can just get the signal
That's-
from him, and then do it ourselves. We
Yeah.
have a signaling lantern.
Do we have the signal?
Well, we can get it.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Like,
Hey, by the way, how do you signal your employer?
And Lily's still inside his brain right now.
yeah.
So
Don't
So,
think
yeah.
about how you can signal your employer.
Still inside his brain, still wedged really deep in there.
Let's see.
Just kind of flipping the copper coin between my fingers as I'm using the spell.
All right. You are able to get a basic, Yes.
It was a magical oopsie.
It was a magical oopsie. Elgin and the captain were fighting over something that he was told to take. It smashed or dropped or broke, and it happened. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, you're able to get a signal pattern from Elgin before you hand him over.
And then,
as-
did Sakuri confirm that the mushrooms smelled the same as the sandwich?
Yes. Sakura would be more than more than happy to identify the mushrooms as delicious and wonderful and smell fantastic. She's not gonna eat them though.
This is
Right
what
now.
knocked you out previously, so
Listen,
maybe
Maya,
avoid the smell in the
It
future.
was a small nap. It's fine.
Well, if you want to be vulnerable.
I'm gonna be honest, they didn't taste like too much. They tasted pretty plain to me.
Really good though. Really
I-
good.
Because there's no accounting for different people's taste buds.
If he ever gets out, he could be a chef. That was real tasty.
I think I'll avoid any of his food. Of course.
All right.
Does she have does she appear to be like human, elf, or what?
He looks human.
Yeah, looks human. But she's not.
According to Xylund, no, she's not.
Probably whatever her ancestry is. Same thing that gave her that hearty constitution.
Well, she
Quote,
did
unquote.
dislocate her own shoulder
True.
and didn't think about it too hard. So, but yes, you are able to confirm with Sakuri that the mushrooms are indeed what she smelled. Elgin is returned to his skipper for his punishment, quote unquote. You are thanked heartily for your assistance in filing this report for the Crown, as Vale keeps calling it. Yeah, you guys have solved the mystery. They ask you to stay another day, where they offer to give you food. They are going to bury the captain at sea, as befitting a man of the water, a fitting tribute to Inaline. And you guys have done your bit. Whether Sakuri stays with you or you leave her with them is totally up to you.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, like, because she's still a bounty, I was actually gonna give her the option of me making her invisible and she could sneak with us back on our ship.
We still don't know what she did, do we?
She stole from Lord
No.
Mulgret.
Oh, okay. Good. That's a lot for 100 platinum, but
I mean, it was a highly valuable magical artifact, and he clearly has enough money that 100 platinum ain't worth shit.
Yeah, Sakuri has never told you why she has a bounty.
I mean,
she could have stolen from him while also murdering people. So
this is true.
I mean,
We should make
you
her
don't-
deal too, anyway.
I mean, we don't know that. We don't like that's an assumption. We don't know what she did, but
We have no idea, so we're
We
going to
do
sneak her
know-
off and give
no.
her passage off the island.
we do know that she stole, and that's all we know. So
Yep. She's confirmed that, but she doesn't consider it stealing.
so
It's
like
acquisition.
to me, like it makes perfect sense. She stole his highly magical collection. He's gonna pay 100 platinum to get it back.
All of that bookkeeping we can pick up next time if you would like, but you are all invited to get a good night's sleep, see the captain off on a solemn but necessary. And Elgin is just going to be put into the hold for
hold.
now. Yeah, he's just going to go into a cell for now. It's all fine. The rest of the men are relieved to have the whole business done. Vale takes over the ship and points to the next port.
There needs to be a long rest button.
So that is where we will end for this session. We will pick up next time with more adventures on the high seas, with or without Sakura. It's totally up to you.
Oh, I'm totally sneaking her off the ship.
Davin would
Using
like
it-
As long as she doesn't
using in-
steal from us.
Using invisibility, I'm gonna be like, look, the payment for this is you don't steal from us. We'll get you off the ship, and then next time we make port, you can go wherever the hell you want.
I'm sure she'll totally agree to that.
Oh, yeah,
Davin
I'm
would
sure
like to
totally
give
agree.
a Noir detective
Totally agree.
monologue to close out the session.
And
Alright,
then I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
tell Kern, and then I'm gonna tell Kern that we need to take everything valuable, put it in a room, and I'm gonna cast Arcane Lock on it.
All right, Davin, this out.
Kind of feel bad for the kid. I mean, he doesn't even know who he's working for. He thought that this was a way to get ahead in life. And I kind of can sympathize. But sometimes the wrong things kind of just happen to people who don't know much better. And at the end of the day, that's just their lot in life.
I don't know what I was expecting. I was not disappointed.